7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome to the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, broadcasting from the Stiefel Studios. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett exhales today because, Doug, he only has 4 more hours of giving people text inbox names should they politely request, and then he can turn his attention to April when he will be down amongst the azaleas and the dogwoods.
Is that right?
And the pines.
Okay.
Doing it from the Masters Media Room, as Jackson will be live on the scene for our Masters coverage.
We're sending him down there, are we?
Here's a question. A question off the bat. Friday question.
This guy came loaded for bear, Martin.
Really did.
Friday question from the desk of Jack B.
Would you rather watch your favorite team play in the Final Four of the NCAA tournament?
Well, what was that?
But they're playing at the giant Lucas Oil Stadium, and you're sitting in the upper bowl, so super far away, or be on site at Augusta on Sunday during a tight round.
Augusta.
Yeah.
But that is for me personally.
Yeah.
And again, the Final Four seed is not great, but also if you're really locked into the Masters, being there on Sunday. You don't get to go Saturday, Friday, Thursday. You don't get to go to any of that. You can only go Sunday.
I kind of understood the premise, but
I was trying
favorite team.
Jackson came loaded for bear, and Martin just went and put a pistol right to the forehead and said, "You got anything else to say?"
Get close. This ain't like the war. You got to get close. You got to go bing. All over
Okay, your favorite team is basketball.
Fight, Tiger.
You're going to be in that building. You're going to be in that terrible seat watching your squad.
No question, he would.
Same here.
I would too. But be part of the energy of it all. And golf is, I think, better watched on TV than in person. You can't see anything in person.
Right, but then I'm talking about upper bowl. Like you are far. Imagine being at the Edward Jones Dome, far up there,
trying
to watch a basketball game.
Yeah,
not great, right?
It's not great, but at least you're there.
I guess. All right. Well, Friday question didn't roll like
it was okay. It was okay.
It wasn't unanimous.
It
Tim picked
depends on one's
golf.
perspective.
Yeah. That's the only thing at this point that I care to go to.
What if it's Mizzou football in the national championship game and you have the worst seat possible? You're behind a beam.
That would put me to the test.
But you can lean
more.
around the beam.
That would put me to the test more. The football thing would put me to the test more. I saw this on the TMA fan page, Doug. I know you wanted to be an admin on the fan page, but Jackson said, "Nope, that's my spot, and I'm not giving it up." This is the Friday question I liked, and I was curious, and I was actually workshopping it on my own, and it was you can get 3 of these, but you have to get rid of the other, was it the other 9 or the other 10, Doug? Here it is. You're going to have to think about this because it is going to you get to keep 3, cut 9 sports events. March Madness, NBA playoffs, WNBA playoffs.
Well, there's one that's going to go.
Stanley Cup playoffs.
Jackson.
College football playoff. NFL playoffs. MLB postseason. College World Series.
That's out.
Wimbledon.
That's out.
World Cup.
Probably out.
On Fox, let me think about it.
The Olympics. The Masters.
Oh, wow.
And how many do we eliminate?
You get to keep 3. You cut 9. Doug, this is from the Blockspot Twitter account, and a gentleman by the name of Craig posted it on the TMA fan page on Facebook. Jackson making $140,000 now. It goes up to $150,000 in 2027 to be the admin on there.
Yeah, once the stock vests.
You want to talk about free revenue?
Yeah.
So what are you keeping? I mean, it puts me to the test. I'm in on the Masters. That's an automatic play. And I think I'm in on the Stanley Cup playoffs, but then I'm really put to the test.
Well, when'd you be CFP?
Probably, but then I'm not on MLB postseason.
Yeah.
I know. That's why it puts me to the test.
Yeah. I would go March Madness, NFL postseason, Major League Baseball postseason.
You insta-shipped it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I have.
March Madness, NFL,
Looks like
MLB.
I was leaning over to Doug's sheet over there. What do you got? That row? Oh, I'll take the same thing he's got. Kind of tough to leave off college football because it's an emerging brand for me. NFL, got to have it. MLB October, that time of year, I got to have it.
Yeah.
It's on Fox. Yeah.
Papers, what are you going with?
I'm keeping college football playoff. I'm keeping March Madness.
Okay, here we go. It's coming down to.
And I think I'm keeping MLB playoffs
No NBA.
I know.
No NBA. That is our lead today, Doug.
because the Cardinal playoff runs in my life have been some of the most fond memories I have of this existence.
Jeff Weaver.
Yeah, Bo Weaves being the first one. 2011, 2012, 2013. It's just like I have such fondness, such reverence for that. So I think I'd have to keep that.
And with March Madness and the MLB playoffs, you get lots of games.
Yeah,
Unlike
right.
the college football playoffs, you get maybe one a week.
Right.
These you
NBA
get lots of
playoffs,
games.
I love, truly love, but I'm getting a basketball fill with March Madness. So feel good about it.
Who's on the
Okay.
bubble there? See, for me, I think I feel Stanley Cup. I want it in there, but I can't wedge it into the top three.
And when the Blues get knocked out, the Stanley Cup playoffs lose a lot of luster.
That's fair.
It's the only playoff that when the Blues aren't in, I still will watch and feel the intensity. Master Stanley Cup playoffs, I guess MLB postseason. I think if maybe they tend to the college football playoff with more on-campus games, perhaps. A lot of antiseptic, Doug, bowl games. Oh, here's Oregon and Texas Tech in front of 15,000 people at 11 o'clock. You know what I mean? Yeah. No. I don't know. It's not easy. It puts me to the test.
Right.
Do you have any other Friday questions for us, Papers?
No, but I also think that question also, like, you have to think about the evolution. This is what you're going to get forever. So if you're buying stock in that evolving, I think the college football playoff will get better. I think they'll work out the kinks. Whereas MLB playoffs, now that I've taken that, we've seen that regress a little bit. Maybe it wasn't a great play on my
Maybe like
part.
a best of two series.
Yeah, they
Why did you
play
put the-
5 innings to decide who gets the wild card spot.
You put the WNBA playoffs in there. Did you think someone might pick that?
I mean, the Aces aren't going to be in every year.
No, that's right.
It wasn't. To be fair, it wasn't your list.
It's aces or bust, honestly.
Papers, question for you as an executive producer of this here program.
That's right.
Do you think you could get credentialed for the Masters? I mean, we're a legit station, but not a legit show.
It's hard to get
Right.
credentialed for the Masters.
I wonder-
in years past, maybe it's easier now.
Have
But,
you applied?
no, but I've heard it's really hard.
Who told you, boy?
I've heard
Fred.
the foreplay guys talk about it. The foreplay guys from Barstool. I feel like Iggy's talked about that before too. About like getting credentialed for the Masters is a real pain in the ass because people do exactly what we were talking about. Like you work at a radio station and wherever
Poughkeepsie.
America and try to like get in to go to the Masters and walk around.
And not really file reports. That
Right.
Dan Reardon on KMOX always filed reports.
File them.
Try to sneak past Chairman Ridley.
Yeah, you're not going to get past Chairman Ridley, Doug.
But
Is he the chairman you hold in the highest respect, Chairman Ridley?
No, Horde Harden. He was from St. Louis, I think, wasn't he?
Surprise guess, Martin.
Yeah.
He'd be good. Old money.
Agreed, Tim. The NHL playoffs is must-watch TV, even if the Blues aren't in it. It's so good. That's Sharon and Clayton.
It is good. There's no doubt, but I don't rank it ahead of Major League Baseball or the NFL.
Well, I think you have to think about.
The NFL's an easy sell for me.
Me too.
It's interesting. But, hey, you know what? Some people like something, some people
But I
don't.
think the percentage that you would watch, for me, NFL playoffs percentage really high. Baseball playoffs pretty high.
I do because I'm sitting around in this awful weather around here, and I got nothing else to do. But if I was
But you're
down
not passionate
in a
about it.
place where the weather's nice and there's things going on, I'm not going to be like, oh, I got to make sure I stay in. Yeah, I don't care. College football playoff, I would. Masters, I mean, it's just like, hey, you know what I say? Listen, woman. A little busy the next 4 days.
Oh.
That's what I say. Listen, woman. ... Little busy the next 4 days.
How does she
And
respond?
then she
to that?
punches you square in the face.
Got 2 decades of listen, woman.
Does
Yep.
she leave for about a week, 2 weeks, maybe?
I think she loves it. I think it's an aphrodisiac.
Is it really?
Yeah. But again, we don't kink shame.
Not
I
being
do.
around you is an aphrodisiac.
Yeah, I think actually that probably is the kink. That is the
Hey,
kink.
honey, I want to be alone. No problem.
NHL NHL playoffs is a grind. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, who also says, "Good morning, you meat-eating heathens."
Well,
Callback, I think, to our pizza discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably have pepperoni pizza tonight. I just got to figure out where. Maybe is it Pizza a Go-Go tonight, Doug?
I don't know where. I don't know where you're going.
Did Uncle Leo saw the Miners boys last week. Boy, that Uncle Leo's don't play. And with the fungo wings, forget about it.
Where's
Forget
Uncle
about-
Leo South?
Oh, Tesson Ferry in Lindbergh, Martin.
Tesson.
Is that on Lynn Ferry, Doug? Is that where it is?
That's exactly where it is.
Dave
yeah.
Sinclair's to stand at the podium and
that's
talk to
right.
everybody?
Thank you. And here's my address.
A little north of there.
Yes, that's a
little north of
right
Sinclair
on.
Ford.
Martin, I can't recommend it enough.
Okay.
I mean, it always wins starter packs pizza the
Uncle
year, whatever the hell it's
Style of pizza.
I guess you would say it's St. Louis style.
Okay.
I guess, Doug, would you agree with that?
Just a traditional style. Nothing
Does St. Louis
fancy crazy
style
about it.
explicitly have to be cut in squares for it to be St. Louis style, or can you have the triangle cut? Because Pizza Go-Go is a triangle cut.
It is.
But it's a
I
thinner
think, but yeah, I think it would
pizza.
be. I would think Pizza Go-Go would be more in the.
Yeah.
I think it'd be closer to New York than it would be St. Louis. I need pizza aficionados to call in. Oftentimes angry, too, when you talk about sandwiches. But then if you're on the internet, you got to call them sandwiches. I don't know what that is, but I just know that's a thing.
Sandwich.
Usually they like soccer. And then if you're passionate about pizza, but then you give an opinion that the person doesn't like, then they get angry about it. I don't know what that's about. Probably have to get a release at some point.
Yeah. There's pizza elitists out there.
314-399-9646. Yeah, we'll talk.
I'll run outside and grab
You
it.
can also call in with your takes at 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And day 5 of the month of March, wore the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email the Day prize from Schaefer Door Company, that Jason Gassrow giving away $5,000 worth of delicious, delicious garage doors, Doug, for your pleasure.
Delicious garage doors.
Delicious garage doors for your pleasure. Yeah, somebody can have the name Delicious Garage Doors, but only until 11 o'clock. Then it's over. This Polos Plus dossier is loaded for bear here on trade deadline day. Joey Vitale up early in the morning baking bread in San Jose? I guess.
6:15 his time. That's about his wheelhouse.
Yeah. Andy Scoop Strickland is what it says in the Polos Plus dossier.
I believe Pronger broke that out yesterday. It's an old school name for Andy. Pronger reference. I did talk to him after the show since we promoted that he'd be on throughout the day. And I called him and he said, you know, it's 2 hours earlier here. I'm like, I know. I said, did you have a little taste last night? He's like, oh, maybe a little. I'm like, it sounds like more than a little.
Doug, the brown liquor. Hello.
I think we caught him napping. But then again, it was 2 hours earlier.
Is brown liquor a little heartier than the clear stuff?
Jackson likes brown liquor as long as it's mixed with a daiquiri.
Yeah,
umbrella.
I like scotch in my rum runners.
With an umbrella.
It gives you that warm feeling in your stomach, you know? On a little cooler day,
yeah.
You take a little shot of the brown stuff, and it just settles real nice in your stomach. It lines your stomach.
Oh, does it
nice.
really?
Yeah. Lays a base, really.
Okay.
But I think we caught him on a tough day to get up
Is
early.
that right? Today's a bounce back day.
I think today it's the deadline. Let's go. Let's get up. Let's have some more players reject trades. Let's get going.
And then the Colonel, brought to you by James Carlton at 9:30. Then that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, 9:45. And at approximately 8:45, the drops of the week. Now you have been briefed on the smorgasbord of broadcasting excellence that Jackson Burkett has prepared for you. All you have to do is text in and say, thank you, Jackson. That's all he asks. He doesn't ask for much, I don't think. I think that's reasonable. 314-399-9646. Text it in, or you can talk it over with your friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, today is the day that if you get to 6,700 subscribers on the TMA STL YouTube channel, you get gold
bullion.
Well, good news.
Are we
We're
there?
10 subscribers away.
Okay.
So if somebody and 9 of their friends can subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel, Doug's going to get this gold bullion.
Yeah, I've wanted some for a long time. I don't have any.
This is your time. Tim, perhaps you need to put emos on the Mount Rushmore since they're now involved in rejecting trades for the Blues.
That was a great clip. Did everybody see Patty Maroon?
Oh, yeah. We played it.
You did play it. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for listening. We must have been on a break.
Sometimes the speakers in onboarding don't work. I love the fact he's defending Parayko, like poor kid, tough position, and then he weaves in and he's dating an emos girl.
Yeah.
Which has now become something that I think 24 hours ago most people were not aware of. Patty Maroon talks about it, JR tweets about it, or puts it in The Athletic, and now it's become the running parallel to
Overriding
the story as
right.
Colton Parayko rejects the trade to Buffalo. Now, I have to ask this because I saw this on the social medias and the Twitter tweets, but I never saw the source for it. And Martin, I'm asking you, Doug, I'm asking you, Chairman Jackson, probably you're not aware of it just because it involves hockey. But if anybody does know the source of it, he is, according to reports, willing to go to the West Coast, in particular SoCal.
Kevin Weeks tweeted that.
Is that right? Okay, thank you. God bless. Jackson was the winner, too. I was paying 40-1.
You were Mike McGreevy there saying I wasn't going to birdie on one of the holes.
That's right, and you got motivated.
Yep.
Tip of the cap. Yeah, he birdied a 17 on McGreevy and D. May. Shoved it right up the asses.
Oh, nice.
This paper is trending. I'm telling you, he's trending this
Kevin
year.
Weeks tweeted that out yesterday.
Yeah, so it
became this thing like, man, he's loyal to St. Louis. It's like, well, he wants to just go to a different place. And that doesn't mean he doesn't like St. Louis.
Well, but the
he needs to be a
narrative-
multimillionaire in Southern California. You know.
the narrative did shift quickly. He loves our town. He's not going anywhere. And even the athletic writer Mark Lazarus said, God, what is it about people in St. Louis and players wanting to stick around? It's inexplicable almost.
Whoa.
And people were getting mad at him. They love it here. And then Parayko, well, he will go to the West Coast.
But did we hear it from him or just from
We have
a writer
not heard from him.
speculating?
I said something to Strick. I said, hey, you're getting on that plane. You think Parayko will be on the plane? He goes, he'll be on the plane. To San
Is that
Jose.
the anger from the brown liquor still in his
Yeah, he
system?
just, like, in other words, next question. So he was on the plane to San Jose. Now, he has been out with back spasms. We'll see who's in that lineup tonight. They'll have a morning skate. Is Bob Thomas playing tonight? Is Parayko playing tonight? Is anybody getting traded? Does Army realize that we have a little predictionary going on here?
Yeah, I mean, I have liquidated all of my assets, and candidly, I'm in a position where I'm heavily leveraged, kind of like a Clayton happy hour. And this is getting a little dangerous. Jackson has started a GoFundMe for me at my direction, and we might have to start that up right around 2:01 today to raise some money for me and my family, because I bet everything I have on the Blues having more than 2.5 trades. And Doug, at this moment, I see how many trades?
0.
Okay. Jackson, get
0
the
so
GoFundMe
far.
in the queue.
Yeah.
But it's 2.5 players, right? Not 2.5 trades.
2.5 players.
Because if they deal
Flyers.
3 guys in one trade,
Then
that's it.
Tim hits the number.
Yeah. Well, I was called a mark-ass buster.
I might be the mark-ass buster and a broke mark-ass buster, too, on top of it. Yeah, I'm going to have to pay out my guy at that Arnold Water Tower.
I am fascinated to hear from Doug Armstrong. What's shifted so dramatically? Obviously, having a bad year. Most bad years, they say, well, there's been some injuries. We got off to a slow start, whatever. This is more of an overall assessment. We're not as good as we thought we were. We're pivoting. I cannot wait to hear. And when you find out guys that are, you want to get rid of Robert, or you're willing, I should say, you're willing to get rid of Robert Thomas. Let's hear a little more about that. How did that play out? Did you tell him? How do the players react? Did Parayko not get told before it happened? Because there seems to be a little disconnect here.
So one of the things, and Pronger brought it up on his own yesterday, Martin, when he texted you.
God, he's a
"Call me."
delight.
He is a delight. Media mogul.
I think he is.
He said, "Call me." So we have him on the show immediately. I mean, if you're a Hall of Famer, you're on the show immediately on this presentation. And obviously, usually we're pretty busy.
Yeah. So pressed for time.
So we have him on, and he's making reference to the leaks about this. So then I follow up with him on it, and now I see that is something that's getting going here on the social medias. Doug, did you see Chicken Parm?
I missed
Ray
it.
Ferraro?
Missed it. Doggone it.
Former Blue.
Former
Ray
Blue
Ferraro.
2002 Red Wings series up against one of the greatest teams of the 21st century, the 2002 Red Wings. Would you agree with that, Doug?
Yeah, sure.
Hall of Famers galore on that team. That's where his career on the ice ended. Barrett Jackman's began, if memory serves, at Joe Louis Arena. And he was focused on how this thing got out, because it's not the way that it usually works when a trade hasn't been agreed to. Point being that I gather that those who have played the game and are in the know, Pronger, Ray Ferraro, are going, they tried to pressure Parayko into accepting it by leaking it before it was done. So that is something that is an undercurrent of this story. So here is what Ray Ferraro tweeted. Parayko used his negotiated no trade, and people kick a fuss up. The real issue, as I see it, is why was the trade public in the first place until signed off on? Who leaks this? It's not a player. It's not an agent. There's no benefit. cheesy of teams to backdoor pressure the player that they gave a no trade to, if that's where the info came from. In other words, he's saying that the Blues leaked it.
Yeah.
Because it's specific to the player who had the no trade, and in this case, it's Parayko.
So why would Parayko leak it? Why would his agent leak it, as he's saying? Now, I have to point this out also, because I was texting with the Nonling about this before this became even a story, which is actually the reason why I asked Pronger about it yesterday, because Kevin Lorenz and I had been texting before the show on it. He goes, man, a lot of leaks out of Buffalo this week because you had the Thomas thing going on Tuesday. Then the Parayko thing Wednesday into Thursday. Now, it did involve the same organization, who, by the way, moved on last night and went Winnipeg jetting with Jimmy Snuggerud's buddy Logan Stanley, in addition to Braden Shen's brother. But was it the Blues leaking? Because you did have the Blues involved in both those trades, or was it the Sabres leaking? Things get leaked when it comes to trade rumblings all the time. This one is getting attention from former players because there was a no trade clause, and I gather that the theory is the Blues were the ones involved in leaking it because they were trying to pressure Parayko into taking it because the haul was so substantial. That is what I gather Ray Ferraro is implying, and I gather Pronger wasn't particularly happy about it either. It just hadn't gained the momentum to become a story when Pronger was on with us at about 7:50 yesterday.
And he quote tweeted Ray Ferraro as well.
Yeah.
Pronger did, to kind of follow up on it. I don't know that that's a winning tactic. I just don't know that the player is like, okay, now I got to do it. It's out there. If I'm the player, I'm still thinking, well, what's best for me? What's best for my family? So even if that is a tactic, I don't know that that's really that effective.
Well, so what I honestly didn't see this coming. Now, as a fan and somebody who hosts a show, I wanted to see him accept it. I think always, I'm on, okay, if you're not going to win, pull the plug, rebuild, especially when you're looking at age. I like that move. Doug, I feel like we're on the opposite sides of that.
Well, not in hockey, really.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
But either way, did you want to see Parayko accept it?
Well, that's totally up to him, wherever he wanted to go. But, I like the trade for the Blues.
Right, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing against Colton Parayko. It's just I wanted to see it happen. So disappointing. And then, but I didn't see this coming. A lot of Blues fans were pissed at him yesterday on social media. I didn't see that part of it coming. And by the way, if you were one of those people, hey, God bless. That's but he did earn the no trade clause, and all he's doing is living by the contract. And he didn't want to go there. And as you heard, Maroon, do you still have that audio papers for the? If you don't, it's fine. It's not a big deal. He's like, well, why would he go there?
I mean, he shot it down quick.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that was just Buffalo in general, if it's the town, if it's the franchise, or if it's the fact that he's pretty, embedded here in St. Louis. But immediately, what? No, why would he?
Yeah, I'd be curious if Maroon would have, because then we would know if it's the city thing, if, hey, Parayko has the Blues have a trade established with the Ducks, but Parayko has to decide whether or not he's going to waive his no-trade clause. Would Maroon have the same reaction on the Anaheim thing, a place where Pat played? You got Joel Quenneville there. That franchise is also moving in a positive direction. And then at that point, you're going, okay, well, then it's about going to Buffalo.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's a free agent after the year. He'd be there, and he'd be there for
What do you got, 4 more years?
Career. Yeah. That's a different program.
I think it is possible that one of the agents leaked it too. I think that's possible. They don't work in a vacuum. They work with other people around them too. So it could be one guy with loose lips or one guy trusting a media source that he uses for other things. I'm not saying that's what happened. I think that's possible that that's what happened.
Well, and keep in mind the Robert Thomas stuff was out too, and that also was Buffalo.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a theme there that things are coming out of the Sabres, who are now being run by Jarmo Kekalainen. Remember the former Blues executive?
Well, they're not happy with talk about the trade deadline this morning here. I was going to break down the Cardinals game with, was it Nicaragua? This is the equivalent.
Pirates.
Well, yeah, Pirates.
Got him good.
Yeah, here they come. This is the equivalent of watching paint dry. Let's beat this dead horse some more. This is painful. That's from Doug's Dungeon Dweller. He does not like NHL trade deadline talk this morning on the morning of the trade deadline.
Well, who cares? Really, who cares what this one guy thinks? It's what we're going to talk about. We'll talk about what we want to talk about. And since you don't like it, we'll talk about it some more.
We're doubling down. Even if you're not a hockey fan, it's a fascinating topic.
Hell yeah.
About a player who's been in a town since 2015. It gets put out there publicly. You're sitting in your hotel room in Seattle. They say, you've been traded. Like, what? I have? Oh, my God. And knowing his personality, he's an extremely polite. This was the critique of him for years, too. He's not tough enough. He's not mean enough.
Yeah.
He's an extremely polite person, and he probably did struggle with the fact that this is what the team wants, that this might make the team better, the franchise. And he honestly, I'll bet you anything, and Strick can speak to this, probably felt bad, like saying, oh, hey, Mr. Armstrong, hey, Mr. Hey, it's cold. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to say no, thank you. Like, I guarantee he felt awful not doing what they were hoping he would do, because this guy has done whatever the Blues have asked for 10 years, which is kind of what Maroon said, because Parayko largely lives here year-round. And now they need him to do. We need you to do one more thing for us, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
and that's to leave.
And live in Buffalo.
I remember a few years ago, somebody asked Doug Armstrong, which player on the Blues roster would you want to marry your daughter? And his answer was Colton Parayko.
Yeah.
That's what.
Doug, do you want your daughter living in Buffalo? That's the new follow-up. Who asked? That had to be Frank.
I don't remember. I just remember the.
I think he asked
response.
Costas one time. Okay, if you had to pick one player to save your family's life, I was like, what is this question? Save my family's life.
Steven Time agrees with you, Martin. 100%, Martin, and that's why it was leaked. Public reaction is powerful. That's from Steven Time of the Brothers Time. There's Ed, there's Steven. That text came from Steven.
That Buffalo leaks it, therefore amping up the pressure on the player, maybe. I don't know.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in to our Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then, of course, you can open up your YouTube app, type in TMASTL. And if you could, if you're not a subscriber already, subscribe to the YouTube channel, the TMASTL YouTube channel. And we just did it. Doug, gold bullion.
All right, nice.
6,700 subscribers. And Doug, you will receive gold bullion for getting to that bonus mark in your contract.
How much, I wonder?
Wow, what do you think it is?
I was going to check the price of gold. I know it's taken a hit here the last couple days, but gold's up to $5,083 an ounce.
Nice.
So, yeah, I assume I'm going to get 100 ounces or so.
Man, that's nice.
It was nice.
What a unique clause for your
bullion.
agent to put in the contract. If he gets to 6,700 subscribers on YouTube, he ggets gold bullion.
But as a member of management, Doug, we're going to ask, do you mind waiving that? Can you just not accept that?
No, I'm going to accept it.
Thank you to the listeners for subscribing to the TMASTL YouTube channel. You can go in there, you can talk it over with Percy Blumpkin, the River to Pair boat captain, Libby, Jackie DiCaprio, Jackson. He has an Arkansas Razorback avatar. Medic 2008, Kitty Bates, and 2 words for you. They're all in there talking it over. On your polosplus.com dossier this morning, Jim Dandy here on trade deadline day. Joey Vitale from San Jose, baking bread in the Bay. 8:15. Andy Scoop Strickland, 9 o'clock. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond at 9:30. And our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at approximately 9:45. You can send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And that is how you can get a point in the competition put together by Seth Goldcamp and this month, Jason Gosrow of Schaefer Door Company. Because whoever wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com wins up to $5,000 worth of garage doors from Schaefer Door Company. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. So far, 4 days into the competition, Chet's neighbor, Toby, Average Size, Shabangas, and Heiser House Hooligan, all with wins. Compete against the greats. Win yourself a garage door by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is our 7 o'clock hour, and the 7 o'clock hour on the morning after is presented to you by Healthcare Evolution. Healthcare Evolution is online at healthcare-evolution.com. And for the month of March, when you contact Healthcare Evolution and let them know you're a TMA listener, you get 10% off at Healthcare Evolution. It is a discount only for TMA listeners, so let them know you're a TMA listener and you get 10% off. If you want real answers and same-day pain relief, Healthcare Evolution, a locally owned and operated business right here in St. Louis, has a novel concept. When you have a medical issue, you get real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution. No waiting for appointments, no waiting for answers, no insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief on the spot. Get rid of those nagging injuries. Healthcare Evolution will help identify the pain, identify the treatment, and get you back to what you love and doing it faster. That's it. No waiting for appointments, no wait-and-see approach, no hassles with insurance companies. You can be in there today. Go to healthcare-evolution.com, and for TMA listeners only, 10% discount during the month of March. It's Healthcare Evolution's version of March Madness. Visit them at healthcare-evolution.com and see firsthand the same benefits that Doug, Jackson, and I have received by visiting healthcare-evolution.com. 10% off when you let them know you're a TMA listener. It is 7:31 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, just put you in good headspace?
It does. I like the song.
Was it actually recorded in a studio? I feel like somebody is at a bar in Soulard, they've got their phone, they're holding it up and recording it.
Mm-hmm.
Papers, was it Molly's?
It really sounds like it's one microphone. They had the one mic. It's a halfway decent mic, but they're using it in a large living room with the background singers. So it's like all being picked up by one mic.
Ambient.
Yeah.
Doug, they're discussing the best peel and eat shrimp in the area in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Fast Eddie's.
John Scores says Popeye shrimp's underrated. River to Pair Boat Captain says peel and eat shrimp's a waste of your time.
It is a lot of work.
Yeah. And then you got to worry about the vein that's in there.
Libby Jackie DiCaprio says we need Royce Clayton on the show today to break down the NHL trade deadline. Doug, you remember Royce Clayton? He was in Moneyball. Wasn't he in Moneyball? Jackson, wasn't he in Moneyball?
Royce Clayton?
I mean, you own Movie Boy.
I don't remember him in Moneyball. Oh, was he? Did he play David Justice?
Kind of looks like David Justice.
A little bit, yeah.
All I know is he's in Moneyball. That's what I know.
Tim, the female listener, said, talk about all the things. It's all good. You guys are the best. The show entertains regardless.
But.
Unless you talk NBA.
Okay.
That's boring. That's where I draw the line. Have a great day.
Man, the ladies love this show, don't they, Doug?
Well, not many of them, though.
No, he played Miguel Tejada in Moneyball.
Okay.
And Tejada won MVP that season.
Tim, did you see Harrison's brother Master?
What do we got going on
He
here?
remained silent. He said, I'll never spend another dime at Emo's for as long as I live. What a complete and utter disaster.
Harrison's brother Master could have a wonderful day, though. 25 could be on the move. Jeremy Rutherford writing in his column this morning about the Blues. Still have time to maximize the deadline, but after 2 whiffs, it's running short. 24 hours before Friday's NHL trade deadline, the Blues were 0 for 2 as of Thursday. Talks to trade Robert Thomas of the Sabres hit a snag Tuesday, according to league sources, followed Thursday by Colton Parayko invoking his no-trade clause in a separate deal with the Sabres. Of course, GM Doug Armstrong was likely involved in many other negotiations that failed to generate a trade, but those were the 2 that became public. So for Armstrong's club, which was seen as the central figure in this year's deadline because of the quality and quantity of players they have to move, there is now just 1 sleep left. You like that, Doug? 1 sleep left.
I don't like it at all, no.
Before the action stops at 2 p.m. Central. In recent weeks, one could have made the case that as many as 10 Blues players are on the block. Buchnevich, Kyrou, Falk, Shen, Suter, Fowler, Sundquist, Binnington, Thomas, Parayko, and thus far, nothing. What's interesting is that on that list, Thomas and Parayko might have been seen as the least likely to get moved, but if you didn't believe before that this retool is about to get longer, not shorter, it is pretty clear now. You don't trade your number 1 center and or your number 1 defenseman in deals that reportedly included 18-year-old prospects, albeit high-end ones, and think you're going to contend in 26, 27, or even 27 and 28. You don't make those deals and then go sign a couple of veteran free agents this offseason to make the team competitive. This is shaping up to be a minimum 3 or 4 year project as the team transitions from Armstrong to Alexander Steen. We are literally now in the build in both organizations. We are in the midst of watching both of the 4 major league sports that we have, the 2, be in full-on rebuild mode. That is where we are.
Yeah,
Hello again, everybody.
The parallels are really amazing, how close both teams are to be in the same situation. Yeah, and I agree, if you're going to trade Thomas and Parayko, that is a complete teardown, because those are 2 players that still figure to be key members of your team 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 years from now still.
Well, how about Doug Armstrong's position here where he realizes this group isn't getting it done. I need to get rid of these players, but I can't because I locked them all up to long-term deals.
With no
and
trade.
gave them no trade clause,
Yeah.
right? So you created this, but now you're stuck. So you basically built around this group, and now you're kind of stuck with this group.
Yeah. Especially the veterans, the guys that make perfect sense to trade to a team looking for one last piece for a playoff. Guys like Shin and Falk, those guys make so much money that I just don't think that other teams are willing to pay the freight for that. They might give you next to nothing in return, but they've still got to I don't know what it is, $6, $7, $8 million contract on their hands. So it's hard to move those guys.
The number 89 situation is, I mean,
Kicks in next year.
How? Tim, I had some extra money sent to my Venmo my wife doesn't know about, and I need a Friday play. What you got? Well, Doug, we delivered a winner yesterday with Jacob Bridgman in the matchup for round 1 with Justin Thomas, and the reasoning was why Jacob Bridgman, Jackson, is he the best player in the PGA Tour so far this year?
Might be the hottest,
He's
too.
the hottest. And Justin Thomas, that was his first round back since surgery in November, and I think he finished in the penultimate spot to last place. Is that what you call it?
I never say penultimate, no.
Doug, do you have any plays you want to give out? Maybe Papers has a play that he wants to give out. I mean, if we're giving out plays, let's give out plays.
Give me a moment.
Oh, you're going to give one?
Well,
What's going on in the association?
Take a look at the board here.
This guy's going to give us. He's going to give us some money, Doug.
Okay.
Your second round leader choices: Daniel Berger's plus 125, Ludwig. I'll go with Colin Morikawa at plus 500. I'll give you 5-1 on your money. Colin Morikawa, your leader, after the second round at the Arnold Palmer. Make a play on that too. That's the chairman of the National Swingers Convention. Wonder how, when you're the chairman of the National Swingers Convention, you get money in your account that your wife doesn't know about. And is that going to be a problem when the board of this National Swingers Convention gets together and he might be getting some YOLA?
I would assume one of the other swingers has slipped you a little something. That's how you get that money.
Chairman of the National Swingers Convention, you can call in at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson. Guys, what happens if the Blues don't trade anyone or only Falk? Thanks. That's from the 618. Doug, what happens?
Well, then you just keep playing and you try to find a few players for next year that might make you considerably better. I guess that's what happens.
You retry this summer to trade the whole lot yet again. I think that's the plan, is if they don't get a bunch of them done now, they're going to keep trying this summer. And maybe with a little more time, a little more build-up, they can get some things done, get some guys to sign off on it.
The non-ling has given his official plays for today. He says Falk, Shen, and Kairu go today. I would imagine Harrison's brother Master would begin imbibing immediately should that news come down. Falk, Shen, Kairu. That's what the non-ling's got.
Okay.
It does feel at this point, if Falk doesn't get traded, he'll be like, hey, guys, what happened? I thought I was getting traded. Like, everybody's planning on that.
The guys who probably want to get traded can't get traded. The guys who don't want to get traded have been offered up.
Yes.
Yes, offered.
Doug's giggles make my nether regions tingle. It's from the 636. Doesn't have a name. Still got red.
Yeah.
STL Custom Painting, LLC. We'll have to put them on the log here. They texted and said, I'm offended by your paint drying comment. So the paint people are upset with the paint drying. It is kind of offensive if you're in the paint world.
Well, paint has to dry.
Sure. You just don't want to watch it.
I don't know why
dry.
you'd be offended by a natural occurring thing.
But we're painting it in a bad light, Doug.
There's a gentleman who is a fan of City who is offended when I said we have 2 of the 4 major North American sports leagues here in St. Louis. MLS isn't a major league sport. The M stands for major, Tim. It's from the 636.
Well, you just got schooled, didn't you?
Well, I'm not going to change my opinion.
How you doing, boys?
I guess that would be the 5th major sport in America.
Ooh.
What,
Papers.
you go
I was just going to
PGA?
sit here and enjoy a little
100%.
water, and then papers from off mic.
I think
Do you
the
hear
PGA
that?
Tour
It's
would.
like somebody slid a digit.
PGA.
I think the PGA.
But that's not a team. PGA is not a team sport.
okay.
Yeah,
I guess
team
then if we're
sports.
going only team sports, then sure. But if we're not, then I would say PGA Tour gets more eyeballs on it than MLS does.
I guess we're
I
just
don't
going to ignore WWE.
Yes, we're certainly going to ignore
Me and
that.
Doug are in lockstep on that
How
one.
is that not in the 12 that you could pick from?
Yeah,
The big pack, the party
SummerSlam.
pack. Yes. What you can and can't live without.
Boys, I'll put you to the test here. This is per...
Chairman just threw his phone because
what
we
happened?
Furious.
I did hear something. Chairman, what was it?
The fast lane's little strobe light. I hope it still works.
Oh, boy, yeah, you don't want to break the strobe light. Doug, top sports by TV viewership / ratings in these United States of America. This is America, Jack. Cleo McDowell coming to America.
After the
NFL,
NFL. After
obviously.
the NFL.
That's correct.
Then everybody's playing for second.
Does the Olympics count?
Not in this Gallup poll.
Okay. Did you say after the NFL?
Jackson's sitting over there with a soft cow knowing the answer.
I'd say NBA.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, so we don't have either of those.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
We don't have either of those.
That's
Martin's getting frustrated.
As of right now,
It's time for just one line of Adderall.
I can't. Cold turkey.
Cold turkey.
That's right.
For how long now? Weeks?
About a month.
Really?
Look at you.
Yeah.
How's it up for Lent?
Yeah, that's what I did. I gave up pharmaceuticals in general.
How's it?
Rubbing salves on my wounds for a month.
What do you feel the biggest difference is? I have an answer, but how do you feel it's affected you?
General focus. You have to work harder to remain locked in, but faith in yourself.
Faith in yourself, Doug.
Okay.
Doug got number 3.
Major League Baseball.
That's correct. Number 4.
Did you say number 4?
That's right.
I'll say golf at 4.
No, I'm sorry.
NHL?
NHL?
No, I'm sorry.
Probably not.
TGO.
No, I'm sorry.
MLS?
No, I'm sorry.
No. WNBA?
No, I'm sorry.
No.
When I say it, you're gonna be
college football.
There you go,
Yeah.
Matt.
There
you go.
We're thinking pro teams.
So NFL, NBA, MLB, college football. What about number 5? What about number
College
5?
basketball.
No, I'm sorry. Not even in the top
Now
7.
NHL.
No, I'm sorry.
Got to
WWE.
go through the list
No, I'm
again.
sorry.
WNBA.
No, I'm sorry.
Trying.
The answer is soccer. However, reported to have overtaken baseball in popularity as the 3rd favorite sport for some, with high viewership for leagues such as the Premier League. So it's soccer with sports ratings, but it's not necessarily
The
American
MLS.
soccer.
Yeah.
NHL is behind soccer. Jackson's soft cow now grows.
I'm just trying to remain neutral here. I'm trying to remain objective, I'm not casting any aspersions. I'm not trying to judge people what they
Well, what
want.
if I would have said NHL was 2nd and NBA was 6th?
I would have to question the source.
I wonder if some of that has to do with the fact that in the NHL, a lot of the biggest markets in America, the NHL team is way down the list in that town. Like in New York, the Rangers and the Islanders are way below the Yankees.
What about
and
the Devils?
And the Mets. And the Devils, same thing. In L.A., the Dodgers are way ahead
Dodgers,
of
Lakers,
the
and
Kings.
Rams
In
run.
Dallas, it's the Cowboys. It's not the Stars that are number 1.
Yeah.
These teams still have popularity.
Right.
But they're not going to get the kind of ratings at the
But don't you
those
think
other
that's
leagues are gonna get.
representative then of its popularity? If in all of these major cities, it's not top dog.
Because it's not as popular in the biggest markets.
Whereas in Toronto, a massive market.
There are some
it's
very
big.
small markets where it's extremely popular.
Sure.
Edmonton, Winnipeg,
Right.
places like this.
They don't have another pro sports team.
Right. But much less population to be watching.
Right.
What about the Argonauts?
Well, yeah, there are the Toronto Argonauts for sure.
Thank you.
You just can't argue that. You can't neglect it in any way.
Thank you.
And then you have the Rough Riders, and then there's another team called the Rough Riders.
Yeah, several Rough Riders.
Major League Fishing also has an M in its soccer guy. That's from the 617. And now they're not happy.
Well, the City SC plays at home. Doug, you wanted an update tomorrow night? The Seattle Sounders are in town. 7 o'clock.
Okay, good.
There you go.
Guys, with opening day approaching, I recall one opening day where all the KMOV anchors were signing autographs behind tables outside of Busch Stadium.
I do, too.
It was very odd, Doug. That's from the Dogtown Astrovan. Were you signing glossies?
Yes, it was extreme. Not too many of them. It was extremely odd. Really odd. Somebody in marketing thought maybe we're a little bit bigger deal than we are.
There was a gentleman.
Not proud of it.
There was a gentleman at Chaffetz the other night. I'm standing there doing a live report there, and a gentleman said, "Here, can you sign this?" And it was like a program, and I said, "Oh my God, you want me to go get one of the players?" He said, "No, you sign it." And then he turned. It looked like maybe his grandson, and he showed it to him. And I think the kid could not have been less impressed.
Harrison's brother Master not happy with the fact that Joey Vitale and Andy Strickland are scheduled on your Polos Plus dossier today. Hey, Jackson, was there ever any consideration of having the likes of Elliot Friedman or Darren Dreger on this week? Just a thought. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
I'm going to sidestep the condescension and answer this genuinely. Reached out to both. So
They're all slammed right now.
national guys like that, yeah, they are quite busy, and I totally get kind of fading it, but yes, both are reached out to, yeah.
But at least there are possibilities, whereas Paul Schaefer, Tim, we were told he doesn't do radio.
That's correct, Paul
For
Schaefer,
whatever
not
reason,
available,
Doug, for whatever reason, years ago, we thought he would be a good guest on the show, David Letterman's band leader. And then CBS responded, I believe it was producer Joe, and they said, Mr. Schaefer doesn't do radio.
No, he'll do television.
Was he on Hollywood Squares?
No, that was Paul Lind.
Paul Lind.
That's Doug's
Your animals,
favorite.
both of you.
That's
You know
okay.
that,
All
don't you?
Gotcha.
Doug, don't forget to wear your red tie for opening day. Don't want any old batty fat asses coming after you, babe. Anyways, did you all know the NFL Combine was last weekend? I sure didn't. Just found out this morning. I did. Oops-a-daisy. Thanks. Hey, Mr. Martin, that's from Brian Henson, Colts beat writer.
The fans do get on you if you're not wearing red, even
I'm
as a
not
reporter.
necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
Okay, Charlie.
Iggy wouldn't have gotten him on. That's from Bob Wagon.
Probably. You can say a lot of things about Iggy, but his commitment to getting people on, he has some great stories about that.
You better believe it, brother.
He has some great stories about the things he would do to get guests on.
Tiger Woods, for example.
Yeah. Lying about certain things about his personal life so that he could endear himself to a guest so that they would come on the show. That's true producing.
The baseball guy that had come out of the closet, and Iggy said,
There it
"Well,
is.
he really inspired me to do the same. Really meant a lot to me. You and mine.
That is the exact story I'm referencing.
Just be right at the end. Frank's going to do something called quick hits. Just be ready.
See, that is something I wouldn't be able to do. I couldn't do that.
Couldn't sell your soul to get a great guest.
I would start giggling. I couldn't do it.
Joey
And then
Vitale.
you say at the end, who you've never met him, but they didn't say, all right, thanks, buddy.
Joey Vitale at 8:15, Andy Strickland at 9 o'clock, the Colonel at 9:30, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at approximately 9:45. Somebody is going to win another point for this Schaefer Door Company prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. Design Air's online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and Alan Dadeville got his brand new $10,000 HVAC system for winning the Emailer of the Month competition installed this week. Design Air. DesignAirService.com. Doug, it feels like spring has sprung, doesn't it? I mean, it's
Close to 80 today.
it's warm, but you got precipitation. I mean, here we go. Okay, here we go.
Okay,
we're
all right.
20 days away from the Cardinals opening up the season against the rival Rays, and you're starting to say, okay, here we go. 77 high today, 67 tomorrow, 65 on Sunday, 77 on Monday, 77 on Tuesday. How do you do? But then, there's old man winter still lurking out there next Thursday with a high of 54.
Oh, well.
But we're turning the corner. Sundress season, ball striking, all the outdoor libations you can handle. It's right around the corner. And then the dogwoods and the azaleas. Oh, my. Listen to the birds chirping in the backswing of Scotty Scheffler's
And some of it's
takeaway.
fake.
What?
Some of it they use sound effects to get the birds chirping. Remember when they came under fire for that?
How dare you?
It's like the only golf course in the world where there's flowers.
What about that?
Yeah.
That's a bird right there.
Boy, that sure sets the stage for me.
It is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor the email today online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. 754 in St. Louis. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Healthcare Evolution. Joey Vitale coming up at 8:15. Now, we did talk about opening day. Unfortunately, on opening day for Mike Francesa, it leads to phone calls. And the phone calls were problematic. Doug Jackson has assembled wonderful clips.
Has he?
We'll have that. Plus,
Okay.
Derek Gould on BK and Ferrario giving you his impression, both from his own observations and scouts, as to who the best hitter on the Cardinals is so far this spring. We'll have that for you next. Then Joey Vitale on the trade deadline at 8:15. Andy Strickland, same topic at 9 o'clock. Gabe DeArmond, Missouri, Arkansas, as we get ready for the SEC tournament this coming week. It is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.
We could open the phone lines and say best cheeseburger. Let's have a poll. Let's have a text. No, it doesn't matter. We already know the answer. It's Village Bar, best cheeseburger in town, reasonably priced as well. Great spot in De Pere. Everyone knows about the Village Bar, the waffle fries, the wings. The menu's great. The atmosphere, it's just kind of a friendly hangout. It's the closest thing you have to Cheers here in town. People know each other, meet up there, lunch, after work, meeting friends, family, watching the game. Game's always on. And they have 1879 Distilling. That's happened in the last few years where they're making these award-winning spirits right in back in that beautiful old barn. When you park in back, you see the barn. That is the home to 1879 Distilling. And on Saturdays now, tasting rooms open noon to 5. Head up there with your friends and check out the products. Red Barn Vodka, all the different flavors. You have the 1879 Rye, 1879 Bourbon. Check it all out at the tasting room, noon to 5 on Saturday. They started this back in December. It's been so popular, they just keep rolling it out so you can sample the product and check out this tasting room. It's a really cool spot. Connected to the Village Bar. That's on the weekend, so stop by if you want to read more about it. 1879distilling.com tells their whole story, lists all the products and the awards that they have been winning. Ask for it by name. People are starting to do that around town. Makes a difference when you're having that cocktail. Make sure you know about 1879 Distilling from St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the San Jose Sharks. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN with a pregame at 8, puck drop at 9. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Yeah, you like it? Yeah. Do you?
Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's good. It's fine.
Doug's edgy.
It's got you so edgy.
Okay,
bro.
well, nothing really. Nothing so much.
Here, opening days in 20 days.
Okay, that helps.
Listen to what Derek Gould says is the best Cardinal hitter in camp so far, not just in his observation, but in talking to scouts. Take a listen. Right here.
Okay.
So BK and Ferrario yesterday.
All right.
Derek Gould of the Post-Dispatch.
Okay, good.
I was talking with some scouts here. They were asking me about camp, and I was like, I think he might be the best hitter in camp, like today. And that's taking into account all the guys returning from the major league team of last year. And just his presence, his feel, just the look of how he approaches at bats, the results of what they have so far, whether it's in live BP or in games. He is just a very polished, accomplished hitter with power that will catch you by surprise. It's just, he's very impressive. And a command of the strike zone this early on is suggesting he's not going to get fooled by guys who don't yet have their command, who are throwing breaking pitches that they're not landing. But when he does get a pitch to hit, he's done so with authority.
He's talking about J.J. Weatherholt.
Sure.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Horrible setup on my part, and Jackson takes full responsibility.
My bad.
And we'll take some time away. But I will be the one taking the time away.
Okay.
But yeah, J.J. Weatherholt is who Derek Gould said scouts are saying already is the best hitter in Cardinal camp. Now, Chaim Bloom said one of the biggest mistakes an organization can make is getting excited by spring training offensive stats. So we'll guide that, but it also is an observations away from games where you may have starting pitchers who have spots on rosters just working on specific pitches and not really caring about whether or not a hitter gets a base hit or home run off of it.
It's interesting. He has 7 walks.
Yeah, he walks a lot.
12 at bats, 7 walks already.
And I think, to Chaim Bloom's point, I'd still rather see a guy hitting the ball and looking very comfortable at the plate than not. Especially a young guy like that. I would think what he does in spring training is pretty darn important.
Of players with 10 or more at bats so far, Weatherholt is second on the team in OPS next to Pozo, who we brought donuts for, and then Ali Marmol removed
Took
from
them away. Yeah, no donuts for you.
Weatherholt is sitting at an 1162 OPS for the record. Doug, 5 for 12 so far. 4 for 12, excuse me, so far with a home run.
Would you bat him leadoff? I see they've had him second behind Wynn for a few games now.
Wouldn't that be the, like, in the perfect world, J.J. Weatherholt is your leadoff hitter, right? I guess maybe Victor Scott.
Well, I think
Win
Weatherholt,
more times than not.
I think you want your better hitter up there. The trend now is to get your absolute best hitter number one, like Ohtani and Judge and guys
Vic
like
Scott will be double leadoff, Tony would say, but you put a guy down at the bottom, but try and make him feel good about it.
Doug, you edgy, bro? I'll edge with you. That's some Jackson's good friend, Sweet Kai. Is that uncomfortable that Jackson's friends are flirting with you?
Morning, Cat.
A little bit, yeah.
He doesn't usually get to listen live anymore, so that's happy.
Why is that?
Oh, working.
Probably the only
He's
guest
a bunker guy.
Yeah, he's the only guest we've
Working
ever
hard.
had.
Oh, okay.
who had to turn off the blowing machine like during the interview, and maybe had it on during part of the interview.
He's a workhorse, man.
Joey Vitale coming up here in about 10 minutes live from San Jose, trade deadline day. Who will be with the Blues when they take on the Shacks tonight? Pregame here on 101 ESPN at 8 p.m. Puck drop at 9 p.m. Opening day 20 days away, and in between now and then we have a tournament, and we do have a nice little tournament coming up. Expectations here that we will see the Billikens, the Illini, and the Tigers all in the tournament. Jackson, what odds would you give on all three being in the tournament as we sit here on Friday, March 6th, 2026 at 8:06 in the morning?
Illinois, Missouri, SLU all getting in the tournament. I would put in the 95%.
Okay.
likelihood.
Well, guess what? Joe Lenardi has Missouri in this tournament as a 10 seed right now, and they're heading to Buffalo, where Colton Parayko wouldn't go.
What if they refuse to go?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they'll be taking on Miami. Welcome to Miami. Except they'll be taking on Miami and Buffalo. Not the Redhawks, but instead the Hurricanes.
Going up against their former head assistant coach, I should say, C.Y. Young.
Friend of Balloon Party.
Yeah,
C.Y.
who
Young.
is the head assistant now for Miami.
But Doug, boy, it just draws more parallels to 2002 when Missouri, a double-digit seed, made its way to the Elite Eight. And if they would have hit their free throws in March, would have gone to the Final Four. But alas, they didn't against Oklahoma. But they opened up the 2002 NCAA tournament against Miami and Leonard Hamilton, and they beat them, and they beat Ohio State, and then they beat UCLA. Hello again, everybody. If they were to get past Miami, Tommy Bizzo would be waiting for
Tommy
them.
Mizzo?
Bizzo.
Oh, Bizzo. Okay.
Now,
You talk about hitting free throws in March. I saw an interview with Rick Pitino 2 days ago, and he said the thing that will separate teams that advance in the tournament and don't advance are the teams with the highest free throw percentage. He says that's who keeps going. Made me think of hitting your free throws in March.
yes,
He's a proponent of that.
he's a believer.
That's the stat that will most likely tell you who's going to advance and who isn't.
Illinois, 2 seed, not in St. Louis, in Oklahoma City. They'll see Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
He probably won't be there.
And if they get past them, BYU, TCU are sitting there waiting for them. They in the same conference?
BYU and TCU, yes. Aren't they? BYU?
Yes.
Yeah.
Big
Aren't
12.
they? Feels Big 12.
Yeah, well, that'd be a fun little rematch.
TCU for
first
sure
round.
is, but
BYU is.
I would think.
That's the one I'm more confident on.
yeah.
Yeah, the TCU one was the question, I think.
Yes.
Well,
BYU.
that'll be a fun little matchup there.
They've also played already this year,
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're in the same conference.
often.
And then the Billikens, Doug.
So we
Something
established
funny over there?
we established they were in the same conference, and then paper said, "Oh wow, they've already played this year."
Well, yeah. Well,
And then
wouldn't you
Tim
look at
said-
the matchup that they
And
already
then Tim said,
played?
"Well, yeah, they actually."
Do you know who won?
Well, no, I don't.
Team with the higher free
Bucko,
throw
because it
percentage.
doesn't matter.
AJ
because
DeBonsa and BYU won.
the point was.
And then what about the Billikens, Doug? You'll say Billikens. You'll say Ra. You'll say Ra.
Rah, rah, rah. Billikens. Shish, boom, bah.
It feels like an 8.
Yeah, that's a nice read, Martin. They're an 8 seed, and they'll be taking on Iowa. Iowa was their battle in Michigan last night up at the Corver Hawkeye Arena, lost by 3. They'll be taking on Iowa team they already had a secret practice game against.
Beware.
And if they get past Iowa, Doug, you're going to have your allegiances pulled at the heartstrings because they'll be going up against Danny Hurley and UConn.
Oh, I would hope that they would destroy UConn. I can't stand Danny Hurley. Iowa will be a tough matchup. They had a chance at the buzzer to beat Michigan, or at least tie them.
Yep, the Drake remix, Iowa Hawkeyes.
Yeah, Ben Sturridge season.
Yeah, he was going off last
Although
night.
I don't hate that matchup for SLU. I mean, yeah, you run the risk of Sturridge getting boiling hot and having to deal with that. But at UConn, the second round, that's a little different.
Well, it's a problem.
That's a tough matchup for the Billikens.
Why do you say that?
They're big,
What?
strong, and really, really good, and they have a championship pedigree. And
What?
despite what people think about Dan Hurley, right or wrong, he's excellent at winning basketball games.
I don't like what papers are saying
I
right
don't
now.
care for your tone at all.
Call it like I see it.
Aren't these Billikens excellent at winning basketball games?
This year, they've been outstanding, yeah.
Okay, then here we go.
But at this moment, I don't think they're playing their best ball of the season. And if they can turn around for the last regular season game, going strong to the A10 tournament, that could change where my heart's at with them. But as of right now, no, I don't like them going up against UConn in the NCAA tournament.
No, I say roll Bills.
You gonna text that like Chris May?
Yeah, good on you. Earn that.
Oh, you don't give him much of a chance.
Earn that cash, baby. Earn that envelope.
That is true. We are getting paid.
Now that I've got the bullion, I got a little gold to spread around.
Yeah.
You can talk it over. Joey Ladwardy's bracketology out there. 272 friends have gathered here in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they're talking it over. You can also talk it over by texting into the program. You've got about 3 hours left for Jackson to give you a text inbox name. Just politely request it. He'll do it. 314-399-9646. Then you got to wait until April. You're also welcome to call on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on TMA. A program brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. The presenting sponsor of this presentation is Brown & Crouppen. Longtime presenting sponsor now, going back 3 years. Brown & Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Brown & Crouppen, local, and that's why you can hear from Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, and Andy Crouppen every Tuesday in studio with us, because they are here in the St. Louis community. They know the St. Louis legal environment. They know St. Louis. Founded here in 1979. Support the sponsors, especially the presenting sponsor of the Morning After. It's Brown & Crouppen. Go online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222 and make sure you let them know you heard about them on the Morning After. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Joey Vitale, live from San Jose on the trade deadline, joining us next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. I'm here to talk to you about your garage door. Make sure that thing is up and running this upcoming spring and summer. The seasonal change, those springs can get popped out. The electric can go. Squirrels can get in there and ingest all those wires. They love those things. I don't know why. They end up dying in the garage or ends up breaking. It's chaos for everybody. Good news for you. You got good people in the garage door business. They're ready to take care of all your garage door needs, whether you got a home, whether you got a small business. There's this company called Schaefer Door. They're a local company, Schaefer with one F, and they're ready to jump on those needs. Visit their website at schaeferdoor.com. Better yet, give them a call, shoot them a text at 636-782-3608. They have good folks, good St. Louis native folks, ready on the other side of the line, ready to answer your call and give you the service you need and the service that you certainly desire and deserve. So give them a call, 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs. Schaefer Door is a Lift Master partner.
Doug, it's a Friday tradition unlike any other here at 8:15 on the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel where Joey Vitale joins us. It doesn't matter if he's in the Eastern time zone.
No.
It doesn't matter if it's 6:15 where he is. He joins us, and he joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines live from San Jose. Morning, Joey.
Morning, Tim. How you doing? Sorry, I was a little scattered for Jackson this morning. A little early here on the West Coast, but I think we nailed that Schaefer Door Company.
Yeah, I think
Here.
Jason Gosrow, Schaefer Door, had to be delighted with that. Did you have to stir from your slumber, or do you still get up super early, even when you're on the West Coast?
Yeah, I get up super early, try to keep it dialed in. You know, I was up at 4:45, but then I kind of was just rolling around, and I just didn't think about it. But like they say, the early bird gets the worm, Doug. That's the old saying.
Yeah. I just worry that the early worm gets caught.
Or I've always heard that the lazy worm survives. So you can look at it a couple different ways.
That works too.
Martin?
What was
Anything on worms?
Well, you're saying Doug's concerned about the early worm, but it's really the early bird that's going to pounce on that early worm.
Yeah.
So you're trying to be the early bird. Mm-hmm. So we don't care about the worm.
Yeah.
We don't care.
Well, it's just, you could be the early bird if you want, and people out there are, but then people could argue that, well, if you're just lazy and want to stay in bed all day, you're going to live and not get eaten.
Okay, there's that.
All right.
See, Doug, things are starting to make
What do you
sense.
think,
Starting to.
Joe? What do you think? Maybe just go bang on Army's door and hand him the phone. What do you think? Let's just get some. Let's get some.
Yeah, can you do that for us?
Maybe the worst idea ever.
So it is not practical. I'd have to hop in an Uber. So GMs, they don't stay with the teams.
Oh, okay, that could be an awkward. I guess.
Yeah, I know you're a big, Marty, you're big into the details.
Logistics. Oh yeah, I like this one a lot. So they're at a different hotel.
I'm not going to give you our hotel because all the fans would just be rushing to see me. But we are at a separate hotel from the general managers, and that's pretty typical because there's a lot going on. There's going to be a lot happening here over the next few hours, let's say, and I think that separation is probably a good thing. So no, I technically can't go knocking on anyone's door outside the players. I don't think they'd appreciate it this hour.
Oh, Prager wouldn't mind a little. He's had a calm couple of days. So what happens?
Still up.
So they'll have a morning skate. So I guess all these guys just show up and kind of stand around and say, "Yeah, I'm still here."
That's honestly, Marty. I know it sounds crazy, but we're on the plane yesterday and you kind of see guys, and I saw Justin. I'm like, "Hey, Justin." He's like, "Hey." I'm like, "Still here?" He's like, "Yep." And that's really it. I know it sounds crazy, but that's just the business, and there is this personal side, and then there's this business side. And not to always be quoting the Godfather, although you can never have too many Godfather quotes, but he said, it's business. It's strictly business. It's not personal. And I think the players that can separate this business into the two different buckets are the ones that will thrive in it. And it's hard because you come into a team and these teams, they preach togetherness and family, right? And there is that. Right, but there's also a business side, and you can't be numb or you can't ignore the business side. I mean, I was back in 19. I remember Alexander Edler for the Vancouver Canucks. The Vancouver asked him to drop his no trade, just like Colton. And Edler thought about it. I remember him thinking about it, and he shut it down. And I think a lot of people in Vancouver were upset. I think a lot of people, the suiting teams were upset. But what he ended up doing, he ended up going out there and playing some of his best hockey over the next 2 years. Right, so here's a player, just an example of someone that could separate the personal side from the business side, and he just went out there and he just played hockey. Now for Colton, this isn't something he's ever had to deal with, right? He has only been a St. Louis Blue, and if he didn't get those back spasms last week and he played every game, he passed Barrett Jackman for the second most games all time by St. Louis Blue, and if he continues to stay here to live out his contract, he'd actually pass up Bernie Fedorko. I mean, this is a Blue. I mean, we're not talking about someone that's been here for a few years. This guy has been a Blue, and he has loved this city and loved this team. This was a shock to him, and rightfully so, because so much noise was around Falk, and rightfully so, and so much noise around Sundqvist. You get it, UFA at the end of the year. There's a lot of noise around Jordan Binnington, one more year after this year, right? For Colton, I just don't think he saw it coming. I don't think the players saw it coming. And what really sucks, guys, and I don't know how it happened, but the fact that it went public and now it's out there, that's what's hard. Because now when Colton exercises his option, which is to say no, which he's every right to, he's earned that, it's not his job to save the franchise. What happens now is that he feels at times probably personally attacked for this decision when, of course, at the end of the day, if it was subtle, under the door, and handled like the way probably business should be handled, a lot of people wouldn't know about it. So there's a lot of other weight and emotion that I think Colton's now carrying around. But tomorrow, to your point, what do? You set your alarm, you show up at the bus, you go to a morning skate, you put on your Blues jersey, and you just go do the thing you've been doing your whole life, which is play hockey.
That specific portion of your answer, Joey, is what has former players talking. Chris Pronger brought it up on our program about 24 hours ago. Ray Ferraro brought it up on Twitter as well. And that is the fact that this got out. And Ferraro's contention is this couldn't have been the player. It couldn't have been his agent. It sounds like he thinks that it was intentionally leaked to put pressure on the player. And it sounds like it's something that you took notice of as well. What are your opinions on that?
Tim, honestly, I don't have an opinion on it because I just don't know. And nothing's made official. I haven't talked to anyone about it yet. Is there pressure for a player when it goes public? Yeah, let's be honest. Now, I'm not saying where that news came from. Who knows? I mean, no one knows at this point. But what does it do? It puts pressure on Colton. Because, I'll give you an example where there was a Blues player last year where, Braden Shen, where I think there was some noise around him possibly having to drop his no trade to go to a team up north in Canada. But it wasn't really out there. People found out about it a little bit later. It was a little bit different than the Torrey Krug. Torrey Krug was like Colton's situation where Torrey Krug was out there, right? Braden's was a little bit more subtle. And I don't think that Braden carried the weight of his decision after he decided not to go. For fans to put yourself in Colton's shoes, he is dealing with this, and it's not really his fault because I don't think, to your point, Tim, it makes any sense for the player to come out and say this, especially if he doesn't want it, which he didn't. And then for the agent who's protecting the player, doesn't make any sense at all. So however it got leaked out, it was out, and now, of course, it does put all kinds of pressure on a player where it becomes less, honestly, about the hockey decision, and then it becomes, like I said, it becomes so personal. Right. And now, you look at Colton, and now he's got to show up and play for a team, right, that was so willing to let him go. Right. And now that's hard. Now, get this, too. It's not like Torrey Krug. Torrey Krug, remember, he was dealing with that injury, and Torrey Krug never really played after that. So that was a little bit different. I mean, this is a top pair defenseman. He's an Olympian. I mean, don't forget, Buffalo wanted him for a reason because he's good. He's a good defender in this league. You don't make the Olympics on Team Canada for no reason. He's a good hockey player. So now the big challenge for Colton is going to be just that. How do I separate it? How do I separate what just happened and the fact that the people around me wanted to see me move? Not to say wanted, but were okay. Were willing to allow me to go. And now I have to show up, and not only show up for work. I mean, he's not crossing T's and dotting I's at a desk by himself. This is a high-pressure sport, right? You got to be so mentally, emotionally, intellectually engaged every single second, every single game, every single shift. And it's a player that plays 23, 24 minutes a night. I mean, not easy, guys. It's not easy. I've seen Colton. Haven't talked to him personally. He's been kind of keeping to himself, rightfully so. I think he's talking to the right people, and certainly I'm not the right people in his circle to be talking to, so I want to kind of give him some space. But you can see he's wearing it. I mean, he is wearing it. He's feeling it. He's usually right in the mix, in the middle of things, and socializing and buses and airplanes, and he's off to the side. And I think that, to be fair, he's just trying to process all this, and it's happening so quickly, and he's got to turn the page so quickly because they have a game tonight in San Jose.
Since he has this no trade, why wouldn't Armstrong have gone to him and asked if he would accept a deal to Buffalo before he spent his time working out a deal with the Sabres?
Honestly, Doug, that's a really good question, and I don't have the insider information. One of the areas of my world that I don't spend a lot of time on is this. I think that probably they could have, and I think to some people's perspective or opinions, instead of doing that, right, and they could have, I think that all of a sudden it does become public. And why did it become public? Who knows? But it certainly puts more pressure now on the player. So, again, you could certainly do it privately, and I think if it's done privately, no one really knows about it. And I think that, let's be honest, like if it's Buffalo, with 4 years left on your deal, if you're Colton, if I privately go to Colton and ask him, hey, you want to go to Buffalo? I think everyone kind of knows what the answer might be, which would probably be no. I mean, Buffalo's Buffalo, right? Because this franchise has been struggling for a very long time, right? I mean, this isn't the Vegas Golden Knights. This isn't the Carolina Hurricanes, which is a good city, a good place to raise a family, good weather, and they're destined to win and win for a while. I mean, it's Buffalo, so it's a little dicey, right? So I think that is part of maybe the discussion where maybe perhaps it wasn't brought to him privately because that it probably would have been a no. And not to mention, Doug, I mean, look at the term he has. He's got 4 more years after this year. I mean, like Justin's got 1 more year. Jordan Binnington, he's got 1 more year. Wherever these guys go, and both those guys, by the way, they have modified the trade. So they have 10 to 14 teams where they do not want to go to. They have to get approved. Any other team, they can just make the trade, no big deal. But for those guys, even if, let's say, Doug Armstrong approaches Jordan and says, hey, how about Edmonton, just for example? Now, Edmonton's on his no trade. Well, he can drop it because, I got 1 more year. I can win a cup. I'm playing with Connor McDavid. You justify that. For Colton, geez, it's 4 more years. It's a young man who's not married yet, hasn't started a family yet. I mean, I would start thinking, geez, this is a city where I'm going to build my roots. I'm probably going to get married. I'm probably going to have my first child. I mean, this is a long time for a young player that's still in his prime. So those are all the decisions that I think he had to grapple with. And like I said, at the end of the day, he exercised his option and said no.
The flip side of it is if you're Doug Armstrong and you say, I'm going to approach the player, let him know kind of what we're thinking, what's possible, and let's just say hypothetically, then you go to a Robert Thomas and say, hey, we're getting some inquiries, we're going to listen, just so you know. And then it doesn't happen, and then the player's like, yeah, well, screw you. You don't want me around here. Like, you can also, and maybe it doesn't matter. It's big boy business. Go out and win. I don't care. We're not talking about hurt feelings. It's hockey, for God's sakes. But I think you could also kind of, in this process here, you could have some really hurt feelings.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, and to Doug's question and to Marty, this one too, I mean, these are really questions for Doug Armstrong. He is going to address the media today. Hurt feelings, though, yeah. I mean, it's certainly personal for a lot of these players, and I get it. right? And they're young players, and they're trying to win for a team and play together for a team. And then all of a sudden the team says, hey, we're willing to move on, and we think we could be better without you. It's definitely not easy, right? So I think that's where all the players sit with. And this is also, though, the situation that, just to be real, I mean, this is where St. Louis right now is at with these contracts. You know, when you have no trade clauses, you do them in contract negotiations to help with leverage. Maybe it helps you not give as much term. Maybe it helps you not give as much money. So you understand why teams do it. And it's not just St. Louis. It's everywhere now. It's part of a leverage in a contract negotiation. So you give a player no trade, that gives them more safety, that gives them more reassurance. And so then all of a sudden you don't need to pay them as much more, maybe, let's just say. So you understand why, but now we're starting to see when you have these, full no trades like Colton and Robert Thomas, and as of July 1 of last summer, Jordan Kyrou now, all these, they have that option, right? And they have that choice. So that's where it becomes kind of tricky. And it's going to be interesting to see what becomes of this, right? Because Colton, to me, was that first domino, and the fact that got shut down, now how do you regroup? I do still think Justin Falk is going to get moved. I think that one's inevitable, and I think Justin's completely okay with that. Now, whether he goes to a team that's on his trade list or he has to approve a team that's not on his trade list, I think he is accepting of that. But, guys, I mean, based off of what Colton did, if Robert Thomas or Jordan Kyrou or these guys with no trades asked to get moved as well, you can totally understand why they would say no too. So, but at the end of the day, I do want to wrap it up with this. I think the fact that Colton wants to stay, I think Doug Armstrong can respect that. I think Alexander Steen can respect that, because you want players here that want to be here, right? And I know that it sucks that how you had to really find that out, and I hope this whole situation, everyone wished they probably could redo these last few days, I think, from Alexander's side and Doug's side and certainly Colton's side. But at the end of the day, I think Colton has made a decision because he loves it here, and he does love it here. I mean, he's got wonderful charities in St. Louis. He is so embedded to me into the fabric of what this community is all about, the way he treats people, the way he's so kind to security guards and fans, and it's amazing what this man has done off the ice as well. And you want players like that. To me, if you're going to rebuild a culture or you're trying to instigate something new, to me, Colton's one of those guys. And his want to, his care, his desire to be here certainly is commendable, and you have to respect that.
You said you think Justin Falk will be moved. Would that just be a salary dump on the Blues' part, or could he still command a pretty good price tag coming back this way?
I think he's going to get something. Doug, is it a second rounder? Is it a couple picks in the future? It'll be something. I don't think we're talking about a player for a player. I don't think Justin's going to bring in someone who's going to make an impact on your team right now. That's just being fair. I look at what Mackenzie Weegar got when he left from Calgary to go to Utah. I think Mackenzie Weegar's got a little bit of an edge on Justin Falk, and so you saw the price that they had to pay, Utah to pay for that. And I think it's going to be something similar to Justin. Now, of course, the market will go up as we get a little bit closer. Keep an eye on that 2 p.m. Central timeline, because that's when the deadline ends. If we're at that final hour and it's 1 p.m. Central and still nothing, and then there's 2 teams that need a right shot defenseman, the ask could be a little bit higher. I think that's certainly maybe what Doug Armstrong is hoping for. But, yeah, as this thing pushes along, right shot defensemen, they always seem to be desirable at the deadline, along with centermen. So, yeah, Justin is certainly one, and I know that the Blues fans hate to think about this one, too, as well as I, because he's such an unbelievable guy. But Jordan Binnington is certainly a lot of noise I think I've heard around Jordan. There are teams in this league that have all the pieces right now except goaltending. I mean, we are so freaking spoiled here in St. Louis, and we don't even realize how lucky we have been since 2018-19 when Jordan came aboard. We have got a stabilized goaltending situation in St. Louis that has given us a chance to win every single night. Guys, teams just do not have that at times. I'm looking at the Vegas Golden Knights. As good as they are, I'm watching the last couple weeks of hockey. They're losing games by large margins. They can't keep the puck out of the net, right? So Vegas is a team that needs a goalie. Carolina, is it a goaltender that's finally going to get over the hump? Carolina is an interesting team because I think they see that the Florida Panthers, that doggone team that's won the last 2 cups, has been in their way every single year. Now they're not going to make the playoffs. So now Carolina's thinking, okay, we finally are going to get out of the East. How do we beat the best of the West? That's how I would think if I'm Carolina, and I think that final piece is a goaltender. So whether it be the Oilers, obviously they only have a few more years with Connor McDavid before he makes a big long-term decision. They got to win. They got to win now. Was Skinner the answer? No. Is Jari the answer? I don't know. But there's a lot of teams that are very, very good that just need that winner. And guys, I'm telling you, the best goaltender on the market next to Sergei Bobrovsky right now is Jordan Binnington as far as being that winner.
Final thought, just for the fan base or people following this closely, what does this moment look like to them? What is this supposed to mean? Like, I think people felt this team was contending or at least close to contending, and now it feels like, all right, we're going to go back a couple of steps, maybe not as close as they thought they were to being a true contender. Don't you think this is a pretty big statement from the front office that we got a lot of work to do?
Marty, I don't know what this means yet because it's not 2 p.m. Central. And it's a shame my hit's not in the afternoon because I'd probably have more.
We'll come back. Tim, you want to come back and do an emergency pod with Joy?
I'll be here all day.
How about we come in on the weekend? We'll do a Saturday morning edition with Joey V. I'll be up and ready to go. But, I don't know. I don't know what this means yet. I don't think the players know what's happening.
But don't you think, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but don't you think even the attempt to say, all right, we're going to move Thomas, we're going to move Parayko, like, don't you think even the idea that we're moving some what were considered core pieces in this?
Oh, well, listen, I mean, to me, Colton was a core piece. Now, there's no question if you're willing to move a core piece, what that says. What that says is we're looking to revamp this whole thing.
Right.
However, Marty, you have those core pieces with no trades. So that's where I go back to, I don't know what this looks like because we don't really know if these players are going to be willing to push down these no trades and be moved on to other teams. So you do have core pieces that you're willing to move on from, but they're not willing to leave. So there's so much unknown right now. But I will say this, and I hope this wraps up the question you're asking because you asked the best questions of all people asking questions in St. Louis.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Doug, how you like that? How you going to gong him? You got to gong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking to the captain yesterday, and the captain and I are sharing our thoughts. This team is not that far off. They are not. We gotta rebuild this thing from the ground up. It's going to be 14 years like the Buffalo Sabres before we make the playoffs again. I'm watching this team the last 2 games, guys. There are some awesome pieces here. I'm thinking, I'm watching the way Dylan Holloway's looking healthy. Joel Hofer, guys, is an elite goaltender. You mark my words. In 4 years, if the NHL players return to the Olympics, he is going to represent Canada. This kid is freaking ridiculous. I mean, these are the words right from the captain, who's seen it all. The way he plays the puck, the way he commands the net, the way he's got confidence, the way he's got composure. This kid is built for a long time in the National Hockey League. We have a goalie, right? We have a young Logan Mailloux that has taken such a huge step. Jimmy Snuggerud shows me flashes. I'm thinking about a player like Otto Stenberg, who we haven't called up yet, and I would imagine we see him really soon. You have Robert Thomas. There's just not a lot of players like him in the league. I'm telling you, they're not a dime a dozen. You can't just go off and find it on the Robert Thomas. And right now you have him, right? Is it a different conversation maybe you have with them after the deadline of the summer, saying, hey, Robert, this is where things have been. This is the direction I think we were going to go in. I think you're a part of that. What do you think? And maybe there's a little bit of a conversation that kind of gives him a boost that he needs, and all of a sudden he starts to take off. The leadership of Jake Neighbors. I mean, you still got a captain, one of the best captains in the league, and Braden Shen that can show these young guys the way. I don't think we're 5, 6, 7 pieces away. I really, truly think it's a 1 or 2 big moves. Maybe it's a big move here, a big move there, a return, a little bit of a culture change. And, guys, we're right back where we are, starting with the goaltender out. So that's not just me speaking optimistically. This is me brainstorming with the captain, who's as tight with that group and as embedded in that group than anyone, who's seen a lot of hockey. He's extremely intelligent when it comes to the game of hockey and what's around him. So these are words from him. I totally understand what he's saying. It's exactly what I see there as well. It's been a tough year, no doubt about it. But I think people will be surprised that we're not actually quite as far off as people think.
Joey Vitale in San Jose with the Blues. The trade deadline fast approaching. 5 hours and 20 minutes, Doug. That's the math. 5 hours and 20 minutes. It is going to be intriguing here over the next 5 hours and 20 minutes. 101 ESPN will be all over it throughout the day, so make sure you're listening and watching on YouTube. Joey, appreciate the time, sir. Enjoy San Jose.
Appreciate you, boys. Have a great weekend.
You too. It's Joey Vitale with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Drops of the week and Mike Francesa navigating unfortunate phone calls on opening day. That's next. Andy Strickland, 9 o'clock. Gabe DeArmond, 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, 9:45. PolosPlus.com dossier. You just got it. That's coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Well, Doug, you wanted it. You're getting it, and I hope you're enjoying it.
Yeah, very much so.
Joey Vitale with us in the previous segment here on TMA. Andy Strickland's going to be joining us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That is how you can get involved in the program by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And boy, Choke Artist 1.6 is not happy with Jackson's music. Turn that ass off!
Oh.
It's from Choke Artist 1.6.
He wants us to turn it off.
That's correct.
Wouldn't it be easier to turn the channel to another station if you hear something you really hate?
Well, the good thing is it's off now.
Okay.
How about that? So everybody's just won.
All right, well,
it's Friday, and that means we're celebrating a wonderful, wonderful week with the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off. We can say poop, right?
How many times have you grabbed the poop?
That was my first question is who's the pool boy in this?
Yeah, so many people have been clamoring for me to take on multiple partners.
What is it? Anonymity? Anonymity? What do you call it?
Cryo. But he's excuse me.
There was that older waiter who was into me.
Mark Ass Buster.
We're trying to correct people and just do your job. I just don't know why you don't listen to me. Anyways, take a look at your side. Oh, wow.
Gay.
Good evening, I'm Dan Chu.
Bro, I'd beat your dad in anything right now. Bring your dad out here. I'll whoop his ass.
I've never been on crack, no.
Oh.
I'm not thinking about any pool boys.
No, this is FM radio here, baby.
That was Drops of the Week.
I liked it. It was like a haiku of some sort. It was like a rat-a-tat-tat. It connected. It had a theme. It moved. Well done.
Thank you.
Got to feel good about your work today, Papers.
Yeah, I do feel good about it.
Now, as we said, opening day is coming up here. It's only 20 days away. And, Doug, we're expecting 77 degrees in St. Louis, a beautiful afternoon for ball and sundresses at Ballpark Village. For Mike Francesa, historically, when the Yankees and the Mets open up the season, though, that's when he goes to the phone lines to get everybody's thoughts on where things are going in Queens and in the Bronx. And unfortunately, some of these calls haven't gone well. Jackson has prepared a smorgasbord for you.
Scott in Plainview. What's up, Scott?
Hey, Mike, how are you? I'm on
Good.
my way to my birthday dinner. What an opening day. I was just wondering, with Mickey Callaway winning today, and he's 2-0, is that the best winning percentage in opening day history for the Mets?
I don't know. Why don't you look it up? Ian in Bridgeport. What's up, Ian?
Hey, Mike, happy opening day. How about it, huh?
What's happening?
With the Yankees and Bird and Voigt, what a great problem to have, huh? Especially when you're looking across the field at the Orioles.
Oh, God. I don't think I can take any more of these calls. I'll try. I mean, my God. I mean, you guys got to do better than this.
Yeah.
Kevin in East Rutherford. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Mike, how are you again today?
What's going on?
I know it's only one game. The Mets look good. The Vaughn pitched well. Cano had a key hit, which was really the only offense for the
Hey, Kevin, you don't have to recap the whole game. What's the point? Tommy in Lincoln Park. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good.
Just want to talk about Greg Bird and Luke Voigt. I think Luke Voigt ultimately wins the first base job.
He already won it. He already won it. He won it. He never lost it. It was his the whole time.
But do you think he ultimately nailed it home because he wears a size small jersey and has huge muscles and wears no undershirt?
Don't waste everybody's time, especially mine. Joe in Queens. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Mike, it's Joe. How you doing?
Good.
Man?
What's happening?
In regards to Robbie Cano, and I was wondering if you think that he and Jason Giambi can make the Mets?
I guess it's more on hour. Is really what it is.
The Orioles, the lineup is horrible. I mean, the Yankees just beat up on them. It wasn't even as soon as they put those 3 runs up on the board, and you knew it was pretty much over, But and then Bird hits that meaningless. I think it was a meaningless home run.
No, Nick, I don't know what you did. Listen, thanks, but you're not bringing much to the dance.
The Moron Hour, is that a sponsorship opportunity?
The Moron Hour.
We've had a few Moron Hours.
I mean, we got the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, Doug, but is it the Fisher Window and Door Store Moron Hour here?
Well, we've had our share as well.
Yeah. A lot of more on ours.
Not as many. Everybody's a smart aleck in New York.
He goes to the phones, but he seems highly agitated before they really even get going. He just seems...
You hear him exhale right before he...
Yeah. What do you got in there? Okay.
Nick in Jefferson Township. They are gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat this morning, Doug, and it's wonderful to see 333 friends are in there talking it over.
Really?
Like the Walrus King, Dr. Xander Malanthrop, and the Devil's Crotch, all talking to your little river birch. I know you ran into problems with that river birch.
It was a big river birch, and I cut it right down to the ground. Just got rid of it.
It is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra. Weather is warming up. Perfect time to get out and enjoy a Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat here on The Morning After. And you are welcome to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646. You are welcome to call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And coming up at 9:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air online at designairservice.com. And the winner of today's email of the day gets a point in this email of the month standings, in which somebody will win a brand new garage door from Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com. That's coming your way. Doug, tell people about Design Air online at designairservice.com.
Well, who do you want to see come out to your house? It's the home of the handsome repairman. Sure, they can all fix your furnace or your air conditioner, but who do you want? I'm not sure that you can request anyone. Brad, who has a huge sex appeal, he's on the top of a lot of people's list. There's the rugged Joe. He might bring joy. He might not. There's Scott, who is very even-tempered, but when he gets mad, they call him War Scoots. But no matter what you call them, these guys will fix your furnace, fix your air conditioner. That's what they've been doing at Design Air since 1904. More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy here in St. Louis. Seth Goldkamp is a fourth-generation family member running the company now. Great guy, and he's put together a great team, and they will get you going again. If you have any kind of problem with your HVAC system at Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. Design Air brings the heat.
Like that, that slogan. Andy Strickland joining us on the latest on the trade deadline coming up. Gabe DeArmond as well. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
All the destinations are great, whether you're headed to Vegas or Florida, Charleston, down to Gulf Shores, Orlando, Destin, Fort Lauderdale, all of these out of one airport. Mid-America's St. Louis Airport with Allegiant Airlines. You can book the flight, flymidamerica.com. Check out the great prices online. Enjoy the convenience of Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Parking right there in front. Did that a few weeks back. My wife and I flew direct, or is it nonstop? Direct to Fort Lauderdale. Great experience. You're in through the gate, TSA and all of that through the check-in to the gate in about 15, 20 minutes. That's unheard of these days when you're traveling. Find out what people have started to figure out. Great destinations, great deals through Allegiant at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Get online, book those flights. Not too late to book something here in March. We're into March. Want to get somewhere nice and warm, a little golf trip, maybe the kids going to Orlando, whatever it is. Book it online at flymidamerica.com. Great prices, total convenience. It's in Muscuda, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. Definitely the way to travel. flymidamerica.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The return of the hometown hero, Boston Celtics star Jason Tatum is expected to make his debut tonight against the Dallas Mavericks after tearing his right Achilles in May. That is according to Shams Charania of ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And we are joined by Andy Strickland here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines as we start out our Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour live from San Jose. Morning, Andy.
Good morning, fellas. What's going on there?
Well, we were concerned about you yesterday, but it sounds like you and Martin were able to connect. And it was a wellness check, Martin? Is that what you called it?
Strickland schooled me. It's 2 hours earlier. I'm like, I know, pal, but it's Daddy's time of year. It's a trade deadline. What if some guy in Saskatchewan wanted him on his pod? You would have answered.
I didn't know. I heard the phone kind of like beeping occasionally, but it was like 6 a.m, so I apologize about that yesterday. I'm ready to go today. I'm ready to go.
Nice.
No apologies needed. We were worried. I sent housekeeping up and just bang on the door. Scoops, you in there?
I figured Pronger would take your call. He's taking everyone's call nowadays.
Oh, wow.
Media mogul.
Shots fired at the captain.
He is tweeting somewhere right now.
He's an emerging media presence. You're surprised that the Hall of Famer is so active.
No. Well, he can do whatever he wants. I'm really not surprised. I mean, he's done a lot of different things, honestly. If you look at everything he's done since he stopped playing, he's been involved in a number of different things. And with Chris Pronger, he's so opinionated, and he's, especially on Twitter and social media, I mean, he's hilarious, and he's not afraid to put stuff out there. So if he wants to go full throttle with media, which I know he made that decision to do, 18 months ago, whatever it's been, you knew he'd be really good at it. So no surprise.
Tim, Andy is a former staff writer at chrispronger.com.
Oh, yeah.
In the early stages, I believe.
Andy, I have put all of my cash, all of my assets in the middle of the pool here, and I have taken the Blues over 2.5 trades by the trade deadline. And since we're sitting at zero, a number of people in my financial circle a little concerned we might have to go out and start selling our bodies. Where would you sit on this as we're 5 hours out from the trade deadline?
It's going to be close. Over 2.5 may be tough. But, you're not necessarily wrong either, because you got to go back to Nick Bukestad, even though that trade was made before the trade deadline. You can call that a deadline deal.
Oh, no, Tim, I'm not counting it. I'm not counting it.
It's huge.
They had to they essentially cut Matthew Joseph. They did the same thing to Alex Texier before. So, I mean, there's been some moves, but the moves everyone's waiting for that shoe to drop. The big splash, I mean, that hasn't happened. And listen, we'll see at least one today for sure. And, kind of have an idea specifically who that might be. I think Justin Falk is the player to pay attention to. Just based on his contract and the complexity of trying to get a deal. Is that a word? Did I use a word that makes sense?
We're going to let it go. You're okay.
Okay. So, but for Justin Falk, I think it's an easier deal to get done than some of these others, like a Robert Thomas who's been out there, and Colton Parayko, and Falk doesn't have full no trade protection. I think there's 14 teams that he can veto or say that he won't go to that team, but the Blues don't have to go to him and ask him for permission, much like you saw with John Carlson from the Washington Capitals. I think that surprised a lot of people, just considering how long he's been in Washington. It's amazing to me that he doesn't have a full no trade, but they didn't ask him for his permission or say, hey, do you want to go to Anaheim? They just traded him there. And, I would look at Detroit as a strong possibility for Justin Falk. I know that, there's a need there, and I think they've been doing some due diligence there, trying to gather as much information as possible. But, Carolina's also a possibility, too, for him to go back to where it all started for him with the Carolina Hurricanes and maybe Boston. But I think Falk, probably the easiest deal to get done of all the big-name players who have been rumored to go from St. Louis. And I would kind of expect that to happen today.
It seems like it's one thing to deal a a Falk or a Shin who are in their mid-30s and don't really figure much into the future of the team. Entirely different when you start trading or talk about trading a Robert Thomas type. That would signal that maybe the front office thinks the team needs a total redo.
Well, I just think it's a situation where, listen, we'll move him if we're willing to get what we want for him. And the asking price, yeah, it's been high. But the reality is there's only a handful of teams. And when I say handful, maybe two, three teams who could truly meet that asking price that the Blues want to get a Robert Thomas. I mean, the best option, to be honest, if they were going to move him, who could probably do it, would be Utah. And I know that they had some conversations several days ago. It's been really quiet between Utah and the Blues since then. And I would imagine maybe they would, kind of circle back and have another conversation today. Not saying that it's going to happen, but when you look at the prospect pool that they have and what they're able to offer, I think they could put together a package that would be really attractive to St. Louis. But at the same time, if you're Utah, I mean, you know how hard it is to get a top 3 pick in the NHL? I mean, it's like hard to tank. You know what I mean? And you almost have to tank to get a top 3 pick. And Utah did that now, for several years. They've been really, really bad. So they've got all these assets, and I don't think they want to just give them away. I think they're willing to give away 1 or 2, but 3, I think, is the challenge, and I think that's what St. Louis would want for a guy like Robert Thomas, as they should. I mean, he's making $8 million in the prime of his career with the cap going up. A guy who's had 80 points, I think, twice, 60 assists, I think, twice. And if Robert Thomas were a free agent now, I was talking to a GM the other day, and he said, hey, listen, he'd be a $13, $14 million player. So that's another reason why the asking price has to be high. So it should be high on Robert Thomas, but you're only dealing with a couple of teams in reality because not many teams could pull off the trade or have the assets to make the trade happen. And he does have a full no trade, and I would imagine he'd exercise that if he doesn't want to go there.
If they were able to trade Falk as expected, and if they had pulled off the Parayko deal, what's the depth look like on the blue line? I mean, how far off is a Juracek? I mean, is there enough there moving forward defensively? Because those are two guys who log a ton of minutes.
Yeah, I think Juracek is really close, and I think they look at him as a guy who could be here as soon as next season. So we'll see. Like, they're really excited about him. Obviously, he's young. If they were going to make the Parayko deal with Buffalo, they were going to get that 6'6" defenseman, Murka, in return, redeem Murka or Radim Murka. And, he's a guy who's only 18, so I don't know how close he would be. I don't know if you'd expect him to be an NHL player as soon as next season, but, he would be a guy that'd be in the fold in the not-too-distant future. But I think Juracek is pretty close, closer than people probably realize. Like, they're really happy with his development, and like I said, he could be here as soon as next season.
So how do you read this with Thomas being, quote unquote, available? Do you think Armstrong's looking at where they are now and maybe they're not terribly close so that they need to get enough prospects or younger or whatever it is? How do you view this moment, like as far as how the Army's seeing the team? Because I think people believe they were knocking on the door going into this season.
Yeah, they were. And I look at it a couple different ways because I think it's kind of been a goofy season in the NHL with the schedule and how many games there's been. And look at how many big dog teams that were in the playoffs the last several years that are now out of the playoffs. Seems like every time a team comes into St. Louis, they played the night before, they're playing 3 and 4 nights, they're playing 15 games in 30 days. You talk to veteran players around the league, they'll tell you the pace of play is down, not nearly as high as what they're accustomed to seeing on a yearly basis. And so I think at the same time, you look at the season with 4 nations last year and then obviously the Olympic break this year and how they kind of pack in all these games. You don't want to overreact, because it's just not a traditional season. But with that being said, it's been such a disappointing season for the Blues in terms of what their expectations were for the team. And I think when that happens, I think you sit back and you evaluate, okay, who are our core players and are we able to accomplish what we want to accomplish with this core moving forward? Is this core capable of getting this team back to a championship caliber? And if you don't think so, and if you feel like because of the way the season has gone that you need to shake it up, then this is definitely one way to do so. I think it surprises a lot of people, but at the same time, if you're around the team and you're around or follow the Blues closely, I think even though Robert Thomas, listen, he's a young player and he's got so much ability, I don't think anybody around here was super, super shocked to hear his name in trade rumors. You hear about it, and then once it happens, yeah, maybe it's a little bit of a shock, and it was a major shock to people outside of St. Louis and around the league. They're like, what? Why would you trade Robert Thomas? So I don't think there is much looking to get rid of Robert Thomas and just move him as much as maybe shake it up. And like I said, if they're able to get some significant pieces who could make this organization and the team better, then I think you have to look at it. He was damn good the other night in Seattle. So this is the first time he's ever gone through this. And it's interesting with some of these guys because they've never really heard their name in trade rumors and just how they react to it. Like, it hits these guys pretty hard. Colton Parayko especially, but also Robert Thomas. And it gets their attention. I think it's gotten the entire team's attention. You know, I mean, we're talking about a guy like Parayko, a super popular guy inside the dressing room. It was so quiet the other day after they won. It was almost like a shock to the system for this team. And I'll just be curious, like, how this ignites the team moving forward. And will they rally around this whole situation? I mean, they've won 3 or 4. I'm not suggesting that they're going to get themselves back into the playoffs. And a lot of people listening are saying, well, I hope they lose because you want to get the highest draft pick. But it's just interesting how the players and how the team, when you've got these young guys who have been such focal point of the organization and such, you know, major contributors, that all of a sudden we're at a point where they're in the rumor mill. I just think it's been a shock to their system and a shock to a lot of other players inside that dressing room.
What's typical protocol? Somebody's got a no trade. Does the GM or team president always go to the player and say, listen, we're going to take calls, we're going to listen? Or do you say, I'm not going to tell him because if it doesn't go through, then I don't want him ticked off that we were willing to move him? Because I thought we heard the other day that Armstrong gathered the bulk of these guys and said, listen, here's the deal. You wave in yours, you wave in yours. I don't know if Thomas or Parayko was in that discussion. What's your understanding of what the players knew and what Army told them?
Well, Parayko wasn't there. I can tell you that. He was still coming back from the Olympics, so he wasn't a part of that conversation. And Doug Armstrong's had conversations with players like that in the past. It's not unusual to say, hey, listen, this is where we're at. There's going to be some changes made. Be prepared for it. And, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that by any means. So, and in the case of having a full no trade, I mean, typically – like, it's not unusual for two teams, like for a team not to go to the player unless they have a really deal to take to that player. You know, if you feel like you're close or if you're talking to a team, they won't typically call the player and be like, hey, we may have a deal with Buffalo, so just be prepared for that. They won't do that. They won't call the player unless there really is a deal in place. And I think that's how it went down this time. I think Parayko was completely shocked with this. Did not expect it. And like I said, this is the first time he's going through it. So I think it was probably like, it just probably came at him so fast, he was a little bit taken back. But he's not just making a decision for the rest of the season. I mean, it's like, okay, do I make the decision to go to Buffalo for this season and then the next 4 years? I just don't think he was prepared to make that decision. And he's got a full no trade. So for a player, I think you sit back and you say, okay, if you're going to move me, okay, I can come to grips with that if you're going to trade me, but I do have a full no trade. I'm going to exercise it, and I'm going to try to steer this thing to where you trade me to a team that I want to go to, where it's my preference. And I would imagine that's where the conversations will go between Parayko and the Blues moving into the offseason, assuming that they still want to move him. You know, I mean, who knows? Maybe they won't. But if they still want to move him, I think it's going to be more so in Colton Parayko's court, and he would be able to get himself to a city and a destination that he wants to go to.
How about a Scoops predictor? Bennington traded today, yes or no?
I'm going to say no, only because it's been so quiet up to this point. But again, he doesn't need full permission. And I think I was under the impression, guys, from the beginning that guys like him and Shen, that they've meant so much to the organization. They're so big such a big piece of this organization that they would almost treat those guys as if they have a full no trade and kind of make sure that they're on the same page and not move them to a team that they don't want to go to, even if that team isn't on their no trade list. But I think the fact that they weren't able to get the deal done with Thomas up to this point, same thing with Parayko. I think if you're management for the Blues, you have to sit back and say, hey, we got to get assets, and we can't worry about going to the player and trying to find a place that they want to go to and making sure that they're okay with it. If it's not on their list, I don't think you hesitate to make that deal now. So that's why I think a guy like Shen could be in play. I don't think they wanted to move him, and I still wouldn't. If I had to handicap it, I would think that it's probably a 30% chance that he goes. But if they're unable to move some of these other guys, and you can move a Shen, then I think it opens the door for that possibility only because they got to get some assets in return for some of these guys. I know they don't want to come up empty-handed when it's all said and done. So that's where I would put Binnington. But again, not many teams truly need goaltending. And that's the hard thing. It's like how many teams that aren't on his list truly need a goaltender. Everyone was focusing on Edmonton. I believe Edmonton was on his no trade list. He was never going to go there. So cross that off the list right off the bat. And that was the team that everyone was talking about that would be a good fit for Binnington and who needs goaltending. So now the question mark, who truly needs gold? Montreal would be the team to pay attention to, I think, with Binnington. And but I think that he would need some time to make a decision, too. So we're heading towards the 11th hour. So right now I would say no, but never say never.
Isn't it weird that we don't even talk about Jordan Kyrou? What's your prediction on him today? And if not today, do you think he's still in play this summer?
I think he would still be in play this summer. Again, a more complicated deal. But Jordan Kyrou is interesting. First off, it's been really quiet, at least quiet in the sense that I'm sure that his name has come up with a number of different teams, but they have not approached Kyrou about a deal. And he's got a full no trade, and he'll use it. But I will say this about Kyrou. Kyrou is and I've talked to other people, other teams who have some interest. If you're asking him to drive the bus, to be the driver, I think that's where you get a little bit frustrated. But if you put him on a team with some legit talent and some elite players ahead of him, and he can be a complimentary player, that would be an unbelievable situation for that team and for him, too. It takes some of that pressure off. I think everyone's always wanted Kyrou and Thomas to just be the guys here in St. Louis, and sometimes you think they are, you think you have what maybe you don't have. But they're really good complementary players. I think Thomas can be a driver. You got to surround him with, maybe a little more scoring ability. But a guy like Kyrou, I think teams love that. Man, $8 million for a guy who scores 30 goals every year, and you don't need him to be your best player every single night, and he can just go play. Jordan Kyrou is a no-maintenance player. Like, he's very chill, doesn't say anything behind the scenes. He just kind of goes to the rink and he plays. Some games he looks like a superstar. Some games you don't notice him. But there's no denying his talent. And you look at a number of teams around the league that are in position to compete. They have elite players on their team. You slide him in there on the right side behind some of these star players, I think he'd have a lot of success with a lot of these different teams.
I imagine they would love to trade Buchnevich, but that contract would probably preclude that, don't you think?
Yeah, but, I mean, for sure. But at the same time, guys, like, how often do you see a team go to a player in the first year of a contract extension and say, hey, we'd like you to accept the trade? And it's just, you just don't see that. It's considered bad business, I think, around the league to do that. I mean, you extend a player, you commit to a player, and all of a sudden you try to trade him in year one. And that's even though the player and he's been here for several years. I just think it's almost a wasted conversation because I wouldn't see Pavel Buchnevich agreeing to go. at this stage.
Andy Strickland in San Jose with the Blues. 4 hours and 40 minutes between now and the trade deadline. Andy, appreciate the time. Thanks for getting up early out here, out there with us and talking it over here. And we'll be monitoring it with you over the next 4.5 hours. And Martin, now we can sleep easily knowing that Andy is fine.
He's okay.
Everything is okay.
These are all just wellness calls. That's all. Lori says make sure he wasn't out with the boys. Lori's like, just make sure he gets up early.
I was up today.
Yeah, maybe
I
that's
would have known before I went to bed. I would have gotten up for you guys.
I know it's Tim's fault. He texted me at 6 in the morning. I said it's 4 a.m. in Seattle.
Yeah.
And Strick was probably tying one on. He's such a 62 blue. He's probably hanging with the team, so I can't wake him up.
Not back at the room yet.
Andy, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Anytime, guys. Talk soon.
It's Andy Strickland with us here on TMA Live from San Jose. It's been quiet around Cairo because there isn't Buffalo leaking trade details to pump up a neglected fan base. Doug, that's from a little Dutch boy who believes it was the Sabres who were leaking all of these details.
Now, keep in mind, Ray Ferraro, respected vet, broadcaster, longtime player, his tweet that sort of gave this conversation even more oxygen. He said, in part, cheesy of talking about Parayko. And then he said, cheesy of teams to backdoor pressure the player that they gave no trade to. That would indicate Ray Ferraro was calling out the Blues. But I know a lot of people have said it was Buffalo. We don't know. But the Ferraro tweet that really ignited the conversation was calling out the Blues. There's no other way to read what he said there than that.
On the TSN trade tracker. Doug, are you monitoring the TSN trade tracker?
Mm-hmm.
The latest post is regarding Ryan O'Reilly. The latest on Ryan O'Reilly. There hasn't been a trade offer yet on the table for Nashville to consider seriously. Given the price for players, it's at least a first and a top prospect, if not from a team to get O'Reilly. He could very well stay put. That's from Pierre LeBrun. That is the latest on the TSN trade tracker. As down the stretch they come for the trade deadline. Colonel's going to join us coming up at 9:30. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up on your Polos Plus dossier. That is at 9:45. Martin is sporting Polos Plus right now.
I got a double header going.
Shoot going, I see.
I was trying to rock the actual golf shirt, but it's a little chilly in here.
Yeah.
And then papers reminded me it's still March. It's not summertime. But then I've got the fleece backup, the zip-up fleece here.
Dress and layers. And dress and layers with Polos Plus. PolosPlus.com. I was on a call 2 days ago with Andrew Hubbard of Polos Plus as he is working on redesigning the TMA STL shop and going to provide some wares for you, the listener, to have that Polos Plus merchandise on the TMA STL shop, TMASTLshop.com. And if you own or operate a small or medium-sized business, Polos Plus is the company to talk to. Polos Plus is locally owned and operated by Corey Lawson with longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard running the sales and marketing side. Polos Plus can get your logo on the top brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on. Polos Plus offers more than just polos. They offer jackets, quarter zips, hats, beanies, you name it, they have it. You can check it out at polosplus.com. Upload your logo. They take it from there. Just go to polosplus.com and take 10% off when you enter the promo code TMA. If you have any questions or want to talk to Andrew directly, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com. Promo code TMA to get 10% off. Gabe DeArmond on Missouri in the NCAA tournament, taking on Arkansas tomorrow. Jackson, you would be able to sleep easy if they beat the Razorbacks.
Yep.
You'd be able to sleep easy.
I think they can.
There you go. That's tomorrow in Columbia at 11 o'clock. The Colonel joining us coming up next. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Roof Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of replacement. NotANewRoof.com is the website, or you can call 314-279-ROOF. NotANewRoof.com. For many Americans, their home is their most valuable asset, and their roof is the most expensive and most important single feature when it comes to protecting that asset. That is where Roof Restore comes in. It's a transformational shift taking place in the insurance industry in the ways that carriers are covering roofs for homeowners. Most homeowners are unaware of these changes, and many carriers are switching from replacement value to actual cash value, which when you factor in depreciation, many homeowners will be paying for a new roof completely out of pocket. That's not something you want. Visit notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF to see if your roof is a candidate, and save your roof and save your money. Well, they'll be playing it at Mizzou Arena for the final time in 2026 tomorrow at 11 a.m. Get up early, Doug, and enjoy the Tigers and Razorbacks. Arkansas -3.5.
Okay. Arkansas beat them, 2 weeks ago by 8? 94-86 at Arkansas.
Papers is taking the Tigers. I'm just telling you, Papers is taking the Tigers.
Okay.
Yes, I like the matchup. I thought they should have won in Fayetteville, and I think that they will finish strong on the regular season in Columbia.
There he is. It's Jackie Papers. Let's see what the Colonel thinks. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And Gabe DeArmond joins us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Morning, Colonel.
Hey, look at you just dismissing the possibility of an NIT home game, saying this
Wow, you know what? I owe the audience an apology for that. Doug, you want to do a remote down there if they play in an NIT game?
We probably should, for all the interest it's going to generate.
I actually had that thought when SLU had their farewell deal, and then everybody said, oh, final game at Chaffetz. And I thought, oh, boy, I hope to God it doesn't. Because that NIT thing, you need to... Colonel, how do you feel about tomorrow's festivities?
Any given day in this league, if you're not Florida, LSU, or South Carolina, could go either way. This team has everything to play for tomorrow, completely controls its own fate as far as the NCAA tournament. Arkansas doesn't really have a ton to play for. They've been good at home, so, there's just reasons to feel good, but also I think Arkansas is a better team, so we'll see.
What would a loss do to Mizzou's hopes?
I think they're still in regardless of I think they can lose two more and still get in. If you look at the other teams that are either kind of on the edge on the right side of the bubble or on the wrong side, Indiana's still supposed to get in. They're 2-10 against Quad 1 teams. New Mexico's leaking oil down the stretch. VCU, I think, is in the tournament right now. And some of these teams play each other. Like, there are a couple games this weekend between teams that are on the bubble, so clearly one of them has to lose. I think Missouri would be okay, but, the analogy I made is if you get a bad call in the last minute and you get beat, yeah, the bad call sucks, but you kind of put yourself in that position and left it up to somebody else. If Missouri gets one more win, they don't leave it up to anybody else.
Net ranking currently 60th. I think I guess the other side of it is if they beat Arkansas, don't you feel like that seals the deal?
Oh, it's done if they beat Arkansas. Yeah. There's zero question. I think if they lose to Arkansas and win their first round game in the SEC tournament, it's done. I think they're in. But to make it 100% sure, they need one more win.
All right.
11 a.m. start and get all the day's work done early. We don't like it in football. How do we feel about it in basketball?
Yeah, Papers.
Well, I don't know what this wee business is. I love it.
Colonel absolutely loves the 11 o'clock start.
Tip, just get it over with.
Colonel loves the 11 o'clock football starts.
I would push for every game in both sports to be played on Tuesday mornings at 10 a.m.
Wow.
That would be
perfect.
Is that so you can be done by late afternoon?
Yeah, if you start in the morning, I can be home for dinner. Right? Every weeknight game this year has been at 8 o'clock, and I'm getting home at 1 a.m. Guys, I'm old. I'm not a fan.
Brother.
And that allows you to do a 4-hour post-game show, so I certainly enjoy that.
That's really what I'm shooting for.
Jackson, I'm sure you've got questions for the Colonel regarding your Fighting Tigers.
I do. Actually, my first question isn't about the Fighting Tigers off rip, but...
you have a problem with that, Doug, off rip?
I didn't care for it.
That would piss you off, I could tell.
All indications are that Kim English will no longer be the head coach of Providence, and that likely means to continue his coaching career, have to go back to being an assistant. Do you think that that's something Dennis Gates would consider about adding to his staff with a guy like Kim English?
Well, it depends. First of all, if somebody leaves, Dennis might consider it. I'm not sure that Kim would, to be honest. And I don't think that it's a good idea to take a job at your alma mater. If it doesn't work out, and odds are it's not going to work out, right? Most of them get fired. Coaches are hired to get fired. It forever changes things. Ask Tim Anderson what he thinks about Missouri. Ask Barry Odom. If you just look at the thread on our message board, there's already Missouri fans who aren't necessarily huge Kim English fans. If he comes and he's part of a staff that doesn't get it done, that's even the ones that are strongly on his side will turn against him. So, look, I think he will have plenty of options to be an assistant, whether it's in college or in the NBA, if that's what he chooses to do. I would be surprised if that turned into anything, but I not out of the question.
You think Odom and Anderson are kind of embittered by the way things went for them at Mizzou?
For sure. Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, Barry didn't take the defensive coordinator job at at Arkansas by accident. He wanted a chance to beat Missouri, and I think it definitely changes the way you feel about a place because I mean, you guys know, man, fans say some terrible stuff about coaches that aren't winning enough games, and whether you intentionally see it or not, you see it and you hear it.
And Kim Anderson was a former player. I'm just trying to think of any teams he would have been on. Like there could, as a former coach, if you get fired, you don't get invited back, but he's still a former player. Has he been back for anything of note?
Yeah, I mean, he's been in the arena, and I can't say, like, I haven't talked to Kim. I can't say for sure that he's bitter, but I mean, I probably would be, I think most people probably would be.
Gabe, we've come to expect at this point consistent performances from Mark Mitchell and T.O. Barrett on the offensive side. If Mizzou is to be T.O. Barrett,
Mark Mitchell, yes.
Mitchell, yes. I think by and large, the last month, T.O. Barrett has been to a point where you're like, okay, we can expect at least 12 points out of him and probably some good defensive effort. Who do you think is that third player that needs to be kind of the key if the Tigers are to make a little run here in March? Who do you think needs to be that unlocked third player to give consistent performances?
Well, I mean, I think they need Jaden Stone back closer to what he was. He's had, 3 or 4 in a row that just aren't what you were getting out of him previously. And I don't think you have to get 18 out of him, but like you worry a little bit that he might be hitting the wall Caleb Grill hit last year. And if that's the case, Trent Pierce some nights has picked up that slack, but he is not a guy who's done it every time out. Ant Robinson certainly isn't. And, T.O., like my concern with T.O. is when it's good, it's really good. But when it's bad, it has been awful. And there's been almost no in between. Like, I can't remember a game where I got to the end of it and said, yeah, T.O. was fine. I mean, it's either been like 20 and the best player on the court or just turnovers in bunches. I thought he was awful against Oklahoma. He was awful against Texas, But again, he's been really good, far better than anybody would have expected. But when it's been bad, it's been like prevents them from winning bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Coach Cal in the building tomorrow. I have to say I was around him a few years ago, and as much as from afar, you're like, oh, man, this guy. But then you're around him. He's actually...
I like him.
Yeah, I was going to say he's actually, if you're around... I mean, I was curious what your interactions are just being in post games with him. He always seems to be complimentary of the other team, and I don't know. The Arkansas move seemed weird at the time, but now I kind of like that fit for him.
I think Cal is brutally honest in press conferences, which I like. I think he is one of the guys that generally has the good of the game and the sport in mind, not just his team. I mean, obviously he's going to do everything he can for his team, but I think he's a voice that a lot of times speaks out nationally and all that. And, I fully understand. I mean, look, you hate most coaches that aren't the coach of your team, right? But that is one of the differences in doing what we do is we're around these guys. At every press conference that I've been in with Cal, I really have enjoyed it. I don't love Bruce Pearl on TV or as a coach, but I always enjoyed press conferences with him. I'll get in trouble for this one, but every time I walk out of a Bill Self press conference, I find myself having enjoyed it, So it's a different day. I mean, I fully understand why fans hate all these guys, and if you're not a Kentucky or an Arkansas fan, you probably hate Calipari, largely because he has won so much. But I've always enjoyed covering him.
Are there coaches you don't like?
Yeah, name them.
Let's get to dirt.
Let's go.
I'm sure there are some. I mean, I can't be a Nate Oates fan, and I just can't be. That's one that's incredibly easy. That one comes to mind. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are plenty of others, but.
We got to sell it. Tiger Mike tonight said we've got to sell out for the game. How has the fanfare been for this team this year? It feels like maybe up and down. Do you kind of like the team?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been sold out a lot. I think they've had 2 or 3 sellouts. But if you just look around, like you guys saw that crowd at Oklahoma on Tuesday night. For not a great team, but a solid team that has really been playing well. I think they've won 6 out of 7, something like that. There were maybe 4,000 people in the building. You saw the crowds at LSU and Arkansas and Ole Miss. I mean, it's one of the things that still in this league, you look at it and say Missouri should do well because their fans care. I mean, I think a big reason that sometimes people don't think Missouri is getting great fan support, their building is just so big, man. Mizzou Arena was built right before the trend became build smaller arenas. Auburn's basketball arena holds 9,200 fans. Missouri would sell out every night. They've had 9,200. They have close to 9,200 at these non-con games against teams you haven't heard of. And the 0-19 team averaged 10,000 a game. I mean, they're consistently getting 10, 12,000 a game for almost every SEC game. So, I think fan support has been just fine. I think it would be, if they could go back and do it over again, I think Mizzou Arena would have about 4,000 or 5,000 fewer seats than it does.
Gabe DeArmond, you can read him at powermizzou.com. He's brought to you every Monday and Friday here on Morning After by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Tigers and Razorbacks tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and that could be a great opportunity for Missouri to not only solidify its spot in the NCAA tournament, but carry momentum into Nashville in the SEC tournament, and ideally the NCAA tournament. Gabe DeArmond and Drew King will have it all for you at powermizzou.com. Colonel, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, fellas, have a good one.
You too. It's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA, joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, anything on Collier and Thompson, or are you not aware of Carolyn and Bob and all the great work that they do?
Very much aware of them,
yes.
Tim. And most St. Louisans are, or should be, since they've been around since the 1950s. Not those names you mentioned, but the company has been around that long, since the 1950s, and their employees have more than 165 years of experience sprucing up St. Louis homes. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your house and who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available for you. AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. They won a Torch Award from the BBB. These people just do it right, and they do it better than anybody else. Their carpenters and subcontractors take care of a customer's home the same as if it was their own. They've got their own paint department, too. Maybe you don't want to do your painting. Well, Collier & Thompson has the pros to handle that for you as well. Almost everything with Collier & Thompson is right there in-house. You don't need to go to 5, 6, 7 different places to remodel one room. With Collier & Thompson, the countertops, appliances, the lighting, the flooring, the hardware, the plumbing, all right there in-house, and they have specialists that will do these jobs. Be a good idea to head out to their showroom on Manchester and Baldwin. Check out some of the displays they have, more than 20 kitchen displays, over 10,000 square feet there. You can mosey around and get some good ideas on what you'd like to do for your home, and they're very helpful people out there. They'll get you going in the right direction. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Next on the Polos Plus dossier. Somebody's going to pick up another point for the Schaefer Door Company brand new garage door for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month. It comes your way next here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Just how? I mean, how is it a thing? This is a coordinated effort.
And if you see the video, Martin, you'll notice there's a lot of passion in the project.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought this was a gag for a sitcom or something.
Had to be.
No, sir.
It'll get a little bounce in your step.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if we're laughing with, at. By the way, Tim, I'll let this play. I'm sorry.
Doug, the great Jason Alexander.
Yeah, I could tell that.
You know him
too.
from Pretty Woman.
Well, not so much.
What else did he do? He did something else.
Seinfeld.
Oh, okay. Tim, some Kim clarity. Somebody texted and said, guys, I'm thoroughly confused. Why is Kim English embittered with Mizzou? That's not the Kim. So we mentioned Kim English being out at Providence. Papers asked, could he be on the Mizzou staff moving forward? Then we started talking about going back to your alma mater, and then we discussed Kim Anderson, who coached. So just to clarify, I don't want this Kim confusion. We were talking about, is Kim Anderson sideways? I think he's probably at this point at peace. Barry Odom maybe not as happy with his alma mater.
That's right. That's right. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. Jeremy Rutherford just tweeting this out. Some thoughts. You'd expect the Blues to be busy, but it takes trade partners. Army's prices have been high, but push comes to shove when this day finally comes. So, Doug, some bullet points for you.
Okay.
It's been quiet on the Thomas front. A few teams could make a last-ditch effort. Otherwise, this is headed to the offseason. Bullet point 2, it makes a lot of sense to trade Falk today. Several right-shot defensemen have been dealt, putting Falk at the top of teams' wish lists. Regarding Parayko, I can't see him waiving his no-trade clause after vetoing the Buffalo deal. My guess is this will also get revisited in the offseason. It's Hofer's team now, bullet point 4. So Binnington likely to be moved at some point. The options are limited now, but it could open up in June. Another offseason. Shen wants to stay, but realizes the Blues situation and would move, though only for the perfect spot. He deserves that. It's been quiet, too, on Kyrou. Now Harrison's brother Master's unhappy. But I believe the Blues are trying to move him. It will require the best return, so, like Thomas, no rush. If the Blues are going into a longer retool rebuild, moving Buchnevich would be a top priority. But can they do it? Suter, Sundqvist, Fowler are also trade candidates, but will not yield much in return. I just didn't want to leave them off the list. So there's Jeremy Rutherford as we are 4 hours and 8 minutes away from the trade deadline, Doug.
Okay.
Doesn't sound real robust at this moment.
At this moment now, I might go on the run to not have to pay the bookie at the Arnold Water Tower. All of my assets. I have everything in a couple of suitcases. And we are ready to go on.
Kids are leaving school early. Getting Dad. Dad's got the car running. Get in.
Well, quite often there's a flurry right at the end.
Yeah.
You're not out of the woods yet.
I think that they'll move a few pieces here. I think it's still going to be close. Is it 2 or is it 3? Is it 2 or is it 3? You get Falk moved, and then you do like a Suter, and I'm like, oh, I wasn't counting on him.
How do I afford Friday night as pizza night if I don't have any money?
Well, what if pizza night's in Wichita because you've been on the run?
Yeah, maybe I will be in Wichita by about 8 tonight and get some pizza there. Maybe the old Pizza Hut. Is that the home of the first Pizza Hut, right, Doug? Wichita, right?
I think so.
If you were to go on the lam.
That'll be fun. Maybe the family's last meal together before we have to break up for survival purposes.
Yeah. If you were to go on the lam, where would you go?
Wichita.
Great question.
Wichita?
I already said it. Yeah,
Okay.
Stupid question.
Fair enough.
It was really stupid.
Where would you go for spring break? Wichita.
Yeah, it's the same place.
I did that.
Ideally, you hide from the law and spring break in the same location.
Did Pizza Hut have their name and then they designed the building to look like a hut? Or
that's a question.
Or did they have a building where they were making pizzas and they said, oh, it kind of looks like a hut here. We should name
I bet they regret that because when they close those restaurants, they have to sell them off. It's probably hard real estate to sell.
But every one of them, including that El Indio, which is on the corner of Barrie and Manchester.
That's exactly what I was saying when you brought that up.
It still looks
Martin,
like
the building came first. The founders, Frank and Dan Corney, rented a small existing brick building in Wichita, Kansas that resembled a hut. The name Pizza Hut was chosen because the existing sign only had space for 8 letters and a space, and the building's small, hut-like appearance. 1958, Doug.
Okay. Wow. Well, heaven forbid we rework it a little, rehab jab it a little so we can get whatever name we want on there.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, that's why you see more like kind of cookie cutter looking buildings now, in case they have to sell it. There's a restaurant right down the road here called Stir Crazy, closed about 5-6 years ago, right around the pandemic, and it's got these giant chopsticks up front and all this artwork, and I imagine it's hard to sell. Because how could some other business move in there that isn't doing the same thing they did?
It was a donut shop, got the chopsticks.
Exactly.
You're stuck.
Although I do like when a restaurant is in like an old bank. I think that's pretty cool. Like they still have the vault
Give
in
me
there.
an example of one, boy.
Llewellyn's has one in St. Charles, and
The coffee shop.
Shaw Coffee
Yes.
on the hill is in an old bank. And I think that's
KFS
cool.
Radio was in an old bank.
That's right.
Yep.
Was there a vault?
There it was. That's where Martin had a famous meeting that I was witness to.
Kind of melted down in the vault.
Did you walk from
Maybe I erupted.
And now there's banks everywhere. There's a bank on every corner you drive around.
Soon to be restaurants, Doug.
Oh, well, hopefully.
The coffee place, what's it called? Shaw Coffee? You'll see people just sitting in the vault, and the giant door is still
cool.
there. I know, but I'm still a little paranoid. Somebody for a prank is going to slam the door.
yeah.
I'm like, I just can't do it.
Scary.
Yeah, it
There's
is.
no way anyone remembers that combination.
That's fair.
No.
It's a fair observation. You know what else is fair? The Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day competition. Why don't we break, Jackson?
Yeah, I like that.
And then we'll come back and read the emails for today. We'll announce the winner at 10:55. BK and Ferrari at 11 o'clock. They will take you up to the trade deadline. Fastlane will be there with all the reactions as the trade deadline expires at 2 o'clock. And I will be on I-70 West, headed to Wichita.
Just frantically trying to get the hell out of town because of your prediction.
That's correct. Well, the losses. I mean, I'll have nothing. Is that a Whitney Houston song? I have nothing. Am I right on that?
I don't know.
Chairman Kurt's nodding. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email at NX 101 ESPN.
For over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890, believe it or not. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything. Money related, wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank. Yep, you own a business. They've got a full service investment bank for that too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing, and that's doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all: where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. With a turnaround jumper in the first quarter last night, LeBron James passes Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the most field goals made in NBA history with 15,838. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Here it is, Doug. What year do you think this is?
What year? Oh, I don't know the years, Tim.
It's on the Bodyguard soundtrack.
Oh, then it's got to be in the 92 range. So I'll go 92 because it gives me 93, 91.
I like 91.
I mean, it's over. There's no reason to go around the dais.
Tim is right in this case, yes, 92.
I don't like that you said in this case, though. Did you notice that?
I did.
wow.
Condescending.
Yeah.
Like, wow, you finally got one.
Yeah. Why didn't you come to my office about 11:01?
Yeah. I kind of didn't like that. Doug, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email a day.
Okay.
Four-way ties so far here in the month of March. Chet's neighbor, Toby, average size Shabangas, and Heiser House Hooligan, all with a win so far. No fooling. Yesterday, as I drove listening to Tim's angelic voice read vile email after vile email describing mouth gaping fats wearing diapers, sniffing holes, or otherwise engaging in unspeakable acts, I heard a soft groan from Martin in the background. It wasn't his typical banter, and it lacked the histrionics of Doug's rage. Rather, it sounded like sadness and like shame. Not for himself, but for the community he unselfishly serves, both for a profession and out of the generosity of his heart. Alas, it inspired me. I dried the tracks of my tears of laughter and made a commitment. I said to myself, Fred, today you won't write an email about tramp stamps, glory holes, or the smell of Jeff Kofat's cranking endless brats in the August heat of a humid Busch Stadium. You won't even tell the story about the under-the-table geezer squeezer you got from a great aunt's boy toy at her funeral. His hands soft from age but strong from years confined to a walker. No, today you will take one day off. Instead, you will simply thank Doug and Martin for their service to our community without even mentioning Tim's brilliance. So thank you, Doug and Martin, for all that you do. Don't worry, I'll be back next week to relay my accidental adventure with the gloriest of holes. Until then, it's from Fred Dreyer's Mushroom Mark.
Fred Dreyer's Mushroom Mark simping for votes.
Did you say geezer squeezer?
Yeah, geezer squeezer. Okay. Men of the morning, after my failed attempt at humor yesterday, I'm going to take some time away.
There's a theme here.
There is. A lot of people are taking time. Jackson, if you could, give me the garage code to the isolation cabin. That'd be great. I hope you're all able to look past my shortcomings, especially you, Tim. In the words of Jim Mora, garage door? Garage door? I just hope I can win a day. P.S. You guys are the best. That's from... And then there's not a name, but then he gives his job and he's at a school, so I don't know if I should read it.
Oh. Well, how about just a school?
Well, I can tell you the department is in math.
Math department. Okay, he's in math.
I just don't know if it would be good if I read the gentleman's full name and the school at which he's teaching.
I'd say legal would advise no.
Yeah, so I saw that and then I pivoted. Yeah. Papers putting scotch in his rum runners is the most millennial BS of all time. This is quite literally the definition of a work-ass buster. I'm okay with scotch in a rum runner, but not scotch in a rum runner. It's a lot like chips and salsa, strippers and loose change, or me and my hot cousin. Some things just don't mix. We need separation of church and state as dictated by the Constitution of this great nation. Speaking of this great nation, I spent the early part of this week in the nation's capital, and let me tell you, wow, the history, the majesty, the grandeur, the $18 beers. I had good intentions of getting blackout drunk, but I didn't want to take our second on my house to pay for a hangover. Glad to be headed back to Bush Nation and reasonable liquor prices. Cheers, boys. That's from Bro Fallon. Ain't never been no mark-ass buster.
Bro Fallon ain't never been no mark-ass buster.
Hello, gents of TMA and Tim. After I saw Nelly Saturday night at Chaffetz, I couldn't think of a bigger star who could be in the building. I stood corrected as I saw the silver flash of that fox Doug Vaughn. And now things really started to get hot in here. Finally, I worked up the courage to go and talk to him as the game took a TV timeout. Before I say the first word, the band kicks in and I can barely hear my own voice over the brass section. We both go on to mime a conversation. Doug looks intently into my eyes. He nods reassuringly. I ask what he's doing up here and why the security detail is sitting in a lower bowl, and he makes an attempt to answer, but the electric student section drowns him out. Doesn't matter. I know whatever answer he is giving for the question he couldn't hear comes from his heart, like the gentleman that he is. Reluctantly, I wave and turn away, ending our moment, feeling I have never been understood more by another man. Dugs and kisses. That's from Josh from Chesterfield.
Josh from Chesterfield.
I like Dugs and kisses.
It's hot. What a beautiful morning. I just want to take Doug and Martin's advice from yesterday and send a cheerful message to the boys that recaps the accomplishments of the week. Kurt, I think you've done a wonderful job filtering. Jackson, your drops have been on point. Martin, another week of onboarding has gone well. Doug, good job asking the hard-hitting questions to get the scoop that we all want to hear. And finally, Tim, I didn't believe that you could have upped your teasing game, but you certainly proved me wrong and did it again. Congratulations, fellas. And if I may, just ask one question because a friend and myself have an argument to settle. Would Doug's nipples be better described as a Tic Tac on a pepperoni or a raisin on prosciutto?
Which direction's the Tic Tac going?
I'm trying to envision either one, and I'm struggling with it.
Well,
That's from the Tin Man.
If it's lying flush, I would say the raisin on the prosciutto.
You really thought this through.
Tin Man.
TGIF, boys. I like to spoil myself on Fridays and sleep in till 3 a.m. before lacing up the old bootstraps and wading through the hordes of whales.
Beluga.
Oh, beluga whales.
But it's spelled Begula.
Oh.
Gee, he tried.
Waiting outside the Wentzville Walmart trying to get my sweet ambrosia of Dr. Pepper and Dr. Pepper family products. Fun fact for no one tell. The average person consumes 86.7 ounces of sugary drinks a day if they live west of Dave and Buster's. Is that true?
86 ounces.
Has somebody done that
86
study?
ounces.
Which Dave and Buster's?
The line of demarcation
The one in their city.
Is there more than one in the STL?
In the STL, I don't know.
That's the line of demarcation right there at the river.
No.
Great show this week, boys. I never thought we would have a discussion about shooting chicken wings out of a T-shirt cannon at an NBA game, but yet here we are. Anywho, I'm off to try and wrangle my first high school athlete for my new venture, Heiser Sports Logistics and stuff. He's a kicker out of Wright City, already booting 55-yarders like it's nothing. He's attended real kicking academies and not some Shishwali school like the Ray Finkel Laces Out program of Broward County. I think he'll get Drake at least another 3 years on his contract. His first deal is with giftcards.com, where he'll receive $200 a month in gently used gift cards to such places as Quiznos, Fabletix, Papa Murphy's, and Venture. That's all I got. Have a great weekend. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Heiser House Hooligan.
Gently used.
Well, today's the day, boys. Deadline day? No, it's the day I get a vasectomy. I'm a little nervous and a little bit razor burnt, but it's like Doug said, all paint has to dry. Anyway, can I get a tell him good luck? Thanks. That's from A the Burger.
What does that mean? A the Burger.
I think it's his name, looking at his name. His last name's Burger.
The Burger.
It's not Ray King, right?
Tell him good luck, Doug.
Burger King.
Yeah, Doug, he's going to get that vasectomy.
Good luck. Good luck to you. Tell him good luck. Oh, God, that guy used to call all the time. You ever get that guy calling?
Was that Randy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I liked Randy. Yeah.
You see Doug Armstrong? Is he going to make any trade? Tell him good luck. I won't. I won't see him, nor will I say that.
All right, this guy, this very likable guy, Randy, would
just call into
all the state
He would call the television
departments,
sports departments.
and then he would talk to you, and you could not get him off the phone. And he had this, he could like come up with any question. And I'm like, okay, Randy, I got to go. He's like, real quick, who's coming up on Sports Final Sunday? Then I'll say, Fernando Vita. Is that live or on tape? I'm like, what? Wait, hold on. Fine. I said, what do you care?
Tell him good luck.
Tell him good luck.
Who's pitching for the Cardinals tonight? Look it up your own self. All right, tell him good luck. I won't.
So I started doing a thing where I would pepper him with questions, like as fast as I could. And then he would say, okay, I got to go.
Handsome boys. Are you aware that in 93, James Orthwine tried to bring the Patriots to St. Louis? Mm-hmm. After getting blocked, he sold the following year to Robert Kraft. future Hall of Fame happy ending massage. Oh, what a sliding door. Doug, goodbye. Please don't cry. We both know I'm not what you need, and I will always love you. I will always love you. It's from Cougar Hunter Jake. It's Whitney Houston.
He was
Bodyguard
a
also.
smooth dog.
Yeah, oh, my God. You do hot laps with Cougar Hunter Jake. You don't know what you would find.
Cougar Hunter Jake.
None of the Blues players want to leave because the imminent economic boon for the city from the Kroenke money that was only sometimes earning interest. I have seen it in action. 2 separate potholes near St. John the Baptist have gotten repaired. I encourage listeners to drive by to appreciate. But Doug, is it Occam's razor? This thing, because deep intellectual things are just my jam. Shouldn't we just take Iggy's actual real-life suggestion for the state of Missouri and use tugboats to drag buffalo down near Florida? Bam! Problem solved. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of garages filled with boxes and boxes of old TMA merch.
Shooter McGavin.
Looks like they built Tim without an off button because he's always on top of his game. Made-up erotic story emails are on a fast road to Nowheresville getting votes, so I've decided to use a true kinky story instead. 1981, Vianney, father-son dance. Hottest dad there? That's a no-brainer. My buddy Stu's dad. 6'3", bronze from head to toe.
Okay.
And a Roman Gabriel thing going on. We all
Roman
wanted him.
Gabriel, the old Rams quarterback.
But my buddy Butchie had to have him.
Oh, Butchie. This is Kevin Miller again. This is Kevin Miller.
So Butchie played out a well-planned prank. He crazy glued the bathroom stall locked whilst Mr. Robinson was in the stall. I'll save you, sir. Just slide out underneath. I'll pull you out. As he did, Butchie yelled, BJ Thomas time, and then started singing Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head and then it gets graphic, Doug, regarding an act that I don't know if the Federal Communications Commission.
No. Kevin Miller.
Actually, the first name of the emailer is Boo, and then there's a middle initial of D, and then how do you pronounce the last name? Is it Call or Cal?
How's it spelled?
Kall.
K-A. Booty Call.
Flip that off.
He's new.
And finally, hey boys, can Schaefer Door install a garage on a 97 Camry? That's all I have to my name, but I am a competitor. Thanks. That's from Marsh's Burner. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. A secret ballot vote will commence. The announcement of the winner will take place at approximately 10:55, and then BK and Ferrario will take you to 2 o'clock and the NHL's trade deadline, at which point I might be vacating the St. Louis area to go to Pizza Hut in Wichita for dinner.
Well,
my family and a station wagon.
But you're a competitor.
No license plates. So if you see a station wagon, kind of Columbia, Warrenton range, around that time, that's probably me.
You have to drive in disguise, too, like pantyhose over your head while
That's
driving,
right.
which is always an unsettling sight.
Yeah, it's hot, though, also.
It is also hot.
Kids are at the principal's office. Why are you leaving early? Bad beat.
Yeah, Dad lost everything. We're on the lam.
Empty gas cans falling out of the trunk.
It's not good. It's not a good situation. It just isn't. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA. Come give us a chance, we'll make your day. Our shenanigans will never leave you bored. Did you just say that? Good Lord. So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Still think this is a hit waiting to happen. Listen, Sharon and Clayton's the domino. That's the reality.
Yeah.
We're only going to go as far as Sharon can take us.
Yes, just get her in the fold. I think others would follow.
I agree.
She would be the superstar that would drive the vehicle.
Thank you. Thank you for the delicious take.
Okay.
Sharon, what is it going to take? Just let us know. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And yesterday's winner is not happy. Average size Shabangas has texted in, I do not appreciate being filtered, Chairman. LOL.
Oh, I don't appreciate your poor email.
Wow! How about that? Right back
You
at
kind of sound like the whiny bitch.
I'm looking at it right now, and I stand by my decision.
Do you? Okay.
They're not happy. A variety of people. Talk about KG playing mini golf. That's from Jonathan. Is that a shot?
No, I'm looking at his emails, and it looks like I was spotted out in the wild last night.
You've said you've played mini golf on several different dates, right?
Yeah, that's my go-to first date spot.
Okay.
Oh, is that
You want to
right?
talk about golf?
And did it go well last night?
I probably won't see her again.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What was wrong?
No.
I'm curious how this stuff works.
Honestly,
Now, what was her age range?
45.
Oh, so at least one divorce.
No.
No way.
No. English, I'd say, wasn't her first language.
Oh, no. What was?
Greek.
Oh.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's unusual. In St. Louis, anyway.
Yeah. Came to St. Louis via Philadelphia, via Athens.
Just recently.
She's been in America for a while. St. Louis is a little newer, but
Can you hear me good?
There's a little audio of the dinner right there.
And she couldn't putt very well, so you said, see ya, sweetie.
Yeah, that's how I kind of decide. The looks, the personality don't matter. It's the putting stroke.
Yeah. I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good time, but probably one and done on that one.
Oh, no. Did she know that at the end of the date? Did you tell her sorry?
Yeah, what do you think the vibe was?
You're out.
I'm always bad at that. So I just kind of gave a little hug. I'm very European, so I did like the cheek kiss. And I just gave her the canned, like, we should do this again sometime line, knowing full well I don't intend to do it again.
What did she say when you said that?
Yeah, what did she say then?
If I'm being, it might have been kind of mutual. I just don't think there was a whole lot of chemistry there. Because I'm fine with somebody that maybe doesn't speak English all that great, but if there's no chemistry, the language really doesn't matter.
Well,
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for this nice words. I appreciate it so much.
That was her after you paid for the golf.
Yeah, and I forgot my wallet in the car.
Oh, no.
So I was worried that I had left it at home, and I thought this is going to go poorly if I have to tell this woman, hey, I don't have my wallet. Would you mind footing the bill for tonight?
You wouldn't do that.
Oh, I pay him straight cash.
I mean, what would be my alternative in that scenario? I don't have, I couldn't
go
have
back and get her and then return to your house to get it and then go back to
Don't you have your cards on your phone?
I don't.
Yeah, that's a miss.
Yeah. It's a learning experience. I'll get that set up so we don't run into that problem again.
That saved me when I lost my wallet.
You've
in
taken
Florida.
pictures of your credit
No,
cards?
it's all on my Apple wallet. So I can pay with anything with my phone.
Okay.
How do you feel about putt-putt as a first date option? I've been criticized for that, but I stand by it.
I think it's okay. You can still talk.
Right.
Movie's kind of tough.
Terrible.
Because you sit down, then you never talk.
Same with a concert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same with a comedy show to a certain extent.
Yeah.
I don't like to eat on a first date.
Why not?
I can be a sloppy little piggy.
Well, but you can control that.
Yeah. But I like activity-based dates.
Yeah, I think putt-putt's okay. But once you reach a certain age, mid-40s, are a lot of people doing putt-putt still?
Yeah, I mean, Putt Shack seems to do pretty well. And, the way Putt Shack's set up, it's a bar, restaurant. It's not just like you're putting through the clown's mouth or anything.
Oh, okay.
But I need a punch card for this place because I'm there once a week at this point in my life.
This guy's a former meat cutter turned radio producer, and he's the one that's dumping someone. That's from the St. Charles hermaphrodite who insists that Jackson has a Frank Haith body pillow.
Listen here, hermaphrodite. I've been dumped plenty of times. Now the rabbit's got the gun, and it ain't no fun.
Did you hear that? The rabbit's got the gun, and ain't no fun.
That.
I like a little like hardcore.
You do, like a dirty.
Boomer screenshot of your credit/debit cards when Apple Wallet exists is peak question from Doug. Bless his heart. That's from Jackson's buddy who was cucked by a lady at the post.
Oh.
His name is Sweet Sweet Kai.
Time passages.
That's what I do. I take pictures of everything. If you took a picture of a credit card, you'd have the number and everything.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to pay with that, is I believe.
Well, a lot of times you can punch in your credit card number. And
Yeah, but the Apple Wallet makes it real easy. Right. You and I went through the Apple Wallet gambit at the airport.
I used to save tickets on it.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
But I don't pay with anything.
You can, though.
But I don't want to.
Okay. Hey, don't get mad at me, man.
All right.
Doug, shut up. Me and my wifey are going to Midway Golf and Games and playing putt-putt, and we're in our mid-30s, mainly staking out the competition. It's from the Midwest Butt Bandit.
Staking out the competition. It's always good.
Scouting.
Yeah, it's always good to keep an eye on.
And she beat me in the last game.
Oh, no.
But I think she cheated. Should I have called that out, or do I just let that go?
She's got a little Patrick Reed in her?
I think so.
How'd she cheat?
A shot that she took was given to me, so I don't know that it was her fault, but the scoring, if I could have played under protest, I would have, but I didn't want to seem like a baby.
I think I called it into the truck.
And that's why you don't want to see her again, because she may have cheated on the...
She showed her true character, if you ask me.
No,
but if you really liked her, you would have thought it was kind of funny and you wouldn't have cared.
No. I take this very seriously.
Really?
Yeah. I'm trying to putt like Tim, and that's how I get my reps in.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to do that. It's just a smooth stroke. Doug.
Huh.
Grab my hips.
What?
And then you'll be able to feel the smooth stroke.
I'm going to pass on that.
He's a stick, huh?
I am. Well, they're just not happy with my pace of play. Thought there were too many practice swings.
Yeah, probably so.
You can participate in the program by texting in. Many are 314-399-9646. Then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends have gathered. 269 are right in there in that TMA STL channel. Doug got to the 6,700, which gets you gold bullion. Is that right?
Yes, gold bullion.
Congratulations on hitting that 6,700 subscribers on the TMA STL YouTube channel for a bonus. We'll announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for Friday, March 6th, coming up at 10:55. Then BK and Ferrario taking you up to the trade deadline where the Fast Lane will recap it. I would imagine they will be talking with a variety of people from San Jose as that comes to a conclusion. And the question is, how many Blues will go right now? The answer, 0. 0. Is that really what's going to happen? Will fans be angry as hornets if the number is 0?
You have to think yes, right?
Yeah. Well, fans are mad at Colton Parayko.
Yeah, right.
Holy crap.
Where do you think it's going to be placed squarely on Armstrong, or do you think Parayko receives some residual ripples?
No, Parayko is receiving the ripples.
I'm saying
I think both will be catching hell.
All right.
I don't think any fault should go on Parayko.
I agree with you on that. He's got it in his car. What do you want him to do?
Yeah.
Do something that's not something he wants to do when he's worked his ass off for 28 years or whatever the hell, however long he's been playing hockey?
Yeah. He put together a string of very good seasons and earned a big contract and
that
got
includes
it.
clause.
Yeah. So, I don't think any fault goes to him.
From the TSN Trade Center, no trade, but Ovechkin already misses Carlson. John Carlson traded, and he went to the Ducks overnight. And Ovechkin showed up to the Caps skate and said this is the saddest day of his career, personally, after John Carlson was traded. So Ovechkin's not happy.
Yeah, I'm sure it's tough. You play with guys for years and years and become your best friends and travel with them, spend long time with them. Six months a year or so, traveling every which way.
Especially middle of the season trades. Like, it's one thing if it happens in the offseason or free agency, you have some time to acclimate, but like when they're there one day and then 2 days later you go to the same place and they're not there, probably is pretty
Or
tough.
you're playing against them even.
Yeah, that's weird too.
Little Jackie Papers afraid to lose to Little Euro Girl. What does that mean? That's from Dickie O.
That was Kurt talking.
Oh, that's why I didn't know what the hell the thing meant.
Yeah.
Little Jackie Papers afraid to lose to Little Euro Girl.
Doug, we suspend
Dickie
him.
O from Cedar Hill.
I can suspend it.
Kurt was the one who told that damn story, not me.
He was from Cedar Hill.
Oh, it makes sense now.
Oh,
yeah, get him, Kurt.
But as many times as you've been to the putt shack, you should be pretty good at the putting now.
Yeah, I'm really
I'll be
good.
honest.
You
They have a
shouldn't let
weird
a first
thing.
timer beat you.
The ball is slightly below the ground. It's not flush to the ground, so you kind of have to strike it in the towards the equator of the golf ball. And
This guy's spitting.
It doesn't allow for quality contact. It's really bad.
I didn't have my own stick. I had to use a house putter.
Everyone uses
you
a
bring
house
your own putter.
No.
Nobody brings their
That's
own
a
putter.
peak hooge move.
Oh, my God.
I'm sure I'll be there at some point this weekend. Maybe I will roll in with my.
Don't do it.
My Kirkland putter.
They should tell you that you should leave if you have
Just
to.
bring my entire
if you
golf
bring
bag in there.
like a mallet putter, like your big ass putter, broomstick. Yeah, it's bad form.
We're going to announce that winner coming up. You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and you can thank James Carlton for sponsoring the Colonel, who is with us at 9 o'clock. Also, Joey Vitale and Andy Strickland with us on the program today. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net. Jackson's now a client. I have been a client for 7 years. Jamie Rivers is now a client. Brandon Kiley is a client. We welcome you to become a client as well by calling 314-961-4800 or going online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 450 plus 5-star reviews, and you may have heard James say it on TMA or throughout the day here on 101 ESPN. He's been doing this 18 years. He has never seen automotive insurance rates drop like they have over the last handful of months. Go save some money. A 5-minute phone call can literally be worth thousands of dollars to you with James Carlton and his team in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
A Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey toast for this year's St. Patrick's Day. Here's to making a big whiskey in a small town, to a triple blend of spirit, but a single purpose of community, and to the friends in our lives, not the likes in our phones, to a genuine toast over a round with your favorite people. It's Friday today. Maybe you're going to go out to the bars later tonight. Maybe you're going to go out tomorrow. Grab your friends, grab a bottle of Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey, pour each one of you a shot, toast to each other, toast to good health, toast to a good year. That's what Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey is all about, is enjoying it with your favorite people on the holiday. You can celebrate the holiday this year with an official sponsor of the St. Louis Dogtown Parade. That's Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. It's triple blended, triple distilled for the ultimate balance and flavor. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York. Please enjoy Tullamore Dew responsibly.
Careless whisper, Doug. Wow. Yikes. Didn't expect this. Kind of hits you, doesn't it?
Right in the feels. You going to be okay, Kurt, after the breakup last night after mini golf?
Yeah, I feel fine about it.
Okay.
I just hope she wasn't listening.
You think there's a chance she was?
I do not.
Okay.
All the ladies in town listen?
I don't know. One or two, and one of them's out of town most of the time. Sharon and Clayton. Florida, Michigan.
She let us know
South of
that
France.
she will do Real Housewives of TMA. We just need to come up with the Benjamins for her.
Okay. Well, the upper crust, they play hardball, Tim.
Jackson, can you handle the negotiations? You guys speak the same language.
Well, me and my team.
Doug and I are meat and potatoes guys.
Yeah, me and my team. Yeah. The key is negotiation room. You turn the heat up real high. You mean you turn it up real high. You crank that bad boy up to about 88 degrees, and you smoke them out.
Smoke
them out?
Yeah. You can
Like squirrels in a garage?
You say you can keep sweating bullets over there. You can put pen to paper, and we can get this taken care of right now. Get you a cold beverage.
What if they just go to the thermostat and turn it down a little bit?
That's just fine. We have the opposite approach. We'll freeze you out, too. Drop that bad boy even colder. Mm-hmm. Yep. Good thing we took your jacket when you walked in. Now look at you. Looking silly in there.
Okay.
I don't want to give away too many of our industry secrets.
I wouldn't. But you've never been coerced into doing something you didn't want to do simply because you were a little too warm?
Whoa. There was no coercing. Everyone doing things on their own free will. If they just want to get out of there because it's so hot, that's on them.
But they must sign before they leave.
No, yes.
Am I blocked or am I able to have a text name? If not, no worries. That's from John Boy in Indiana.
Okay, John.
You guys got 22 minutes to have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then Jackson, right at 11 o'clock, he walks out of here like it's a victory. Probably going to, I bet you're at Bogey today.
Yeah.
Are you playing Bogey?
Well, I mean, it's the bogey log kind of 1-2.
Right.
You don't play one without the other. You know, no one just has a jelly sandwich.
See that, Doug? You catch that?
Yeah,
He
sure did.
speaks in old money. So at 11 o'clock, Jackson's out of here. So if you want to text inbox a name, you got, now it's 21 minutes. 314-399-9646. Jackson, you freaking moron. Freezing is used for interrogation, not heat. Dumbass. That's from Young Hung Big Al.
I thought it was waterboarding was the preferred method these days.
Well, that'd be for torture.
Yeah.
We don't participate in any torturous activities. I'm a freaking moron, though. That's nice.
Boy, there's a lot coming in now. With the dating history of the Virgin and the TMA receptionist, it's only a matter of time until they move in together, buy a Chihuahua, and start antiquing on the weekends. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite. The St. Charles Hermaphrodite is now loaded for bear this morning.
Rather be that than you, bro.
Rather be that than you, bro.
I'd live with you.
Oh, you guys going to get a Chihuahua? Jackson doesn't like dogs.
I'm not on board with the Chihuahua part either.
How about the antiquing? That sounds horrible.
What does that include?
I think you go to like antique malls and old antique stores and look for antiques.
Yeah, I'm out on that too.
Yeah, it sounds horrible, doesn't it?
I've always thought the TMA like house would be a great. We all just live together.
That'd be awesome, man.
Well,
I'd love to leave my family.
Too busy. Like
a family, like real world TMA.
Oh God!
I bet Barton would love that.
Yeah, just we'll keep an eye on each other.
That's hot. Is it impossible for a GM to talk to a player before making a trade to make sure they go to a team? It's from the old Appleton stepdad. And yes, it is a beautiful morning in old Appleton, but he is not happy with what has transpired here with your St. Louis Blues over the last 48 hours as down the stretch they come.
I guess you never really know what goes on with all the phone calls unless you were there, because I'm sure some things pop quickly and you're talking about one thing and something else comes up and you go ahead and say, yeah, we would do that. We would do that. Before you have a chance to talk to the player, who knows all the possibilities that could come up when you're talking to different teams around the league, different people. I don't know. You would think that they would go to a player with a no trade and say, would you take this deal before it became public, at least?
You posed that question of Joey Vitale, and he said it's a very good question. But he can't ask it because the Blues stay at a different hotel than Doug Armstrong.
Right. Which doesn't make sense to me either.
You're going to go on a Twitter tirade at 2 o'clock today and hold people accountable.
If you're Armstrong, don't you want to kind of keep an eye on just to see where things are going, make sure nobody acts like a complete idiot? I mean, they are grown men, but they're also some of them in their early 20s on the road. The NFL teams all have curfews, and they've got guys roaming the halls to make sure people get back in their room at times, the right times. I would think that would go on with hockey. Maybe not.
Nothing. I mean, literally nothing doing on the Blues front at this moment as this thing is heading down the stretch. And the Blues, you would think, would be making at least some moves, but nothing doing at this moment. Will there be a flourish? Or will there be rage in the St. Louis area? Doug, angry at the Cardinals, angry at the Blues. Who are they happy with? Battlehawks?
Billikens. We're happy with the Billikens. I have to say that because we get our checks.
Yeah, that is true. 3 o'clock tomorrow, George Mason. 11 o'clock tomorrow for the Fighting Tigers and the Razorbacks. ILL taking on Gary Williams, Juan Dixon, Joe Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else from Maryland, Jackson, you want to?
Scott Van Pelt.
Scott Van Pelt, yeah. SVP podcast.
Huh. And who was the great player that went to the Celtics and died before he played?
Len Bias. There's a 30 for 30 on that.
Yeah, he's Maryland too, isn't he?
That's right,
Yes.
He is Maryland. I'm telling you guys, the people are about to turn on Army. That's from the Forest Park Tree Mulch Monster.
Well, it won't matter because he's kind of going into semi-retirement when the year's over.
Guys, which team makes the playoffs first and what year? Cardinals or Blues? I say the Blues in the 27-28 season. That's from Big Walt's missing teeth. Yeah, when's the next time we're going to see playoffs around here?
Yeah, I'd say the Blues.
I don't think there's anything you could see from the Cardinals as we sit right now that you could be like, they'll make the playoffs in this window.
I guess maybe you haven't looked at their 7-4 record in the Grapefruit League.
Right. And I take the Grapefruit League very seriously. But at least with the Blues, we saw them go to the playoffs last year with a lot of players that are currently on the team this year. We have totally lost right now with the Cardinals. Not saying that it's impossible. We just don't know.
There have been some positive signs with the Cardinals with their pitching.
Yeah.
Both Dustin May and Richard Fitz, I said, have been throwing in the upper 90s.
Right. Mm-hmm. And you have a guy like Fitz, some years of control with him.
Quinn Matthews yesterday struck out 7 of the eight hitters. Yeah.
Right. Doug, join me. If I can get through this GoFundMe that I'm going to have to start up and get that to maybe, I don't know, $100, $110, I take that and I bet it all on the over the Cardinal win total of 69.5. And then when October rolls around, guess what I'm sitting with? 220.
Oh, are you? Okay, you can come back to town then.
I can't get away from that Wichita Pizza Hut where I'll be this evening on the run. Tough.
Well,
I don't think, life on the run seems brutal.
Especially when you have an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old and a wife.
Doesn't it seem like it would be really easy to hide in a country this big, though?
No
cell phone, bruh.
Yeah, you get no cell phone, no credit cards. Yeah. You have to go
they can
all
track
cash.
your car, too.
And with the CCTV and stuff, there's cameras everywhere. There's facial recognition software. You're going to have to be deep in the wood. And you're not a woodsman. But
I'm not a woodsman.
You'd have to go deep off the grid, I think, nowadays.
Yeah, I agree with Chairman there. I think it's harder than ever for someone to be, go missing or totally become, a different person.
Well, you couldn't just get a burner phone, trash the phone you have, get a burner phone?
Yeah, that's a good start.
Ride public transportation.
But you got to pay everything in cash. And your credit card dings.
The people you're calling don't have burner phones, so...
Yeah, it's like Michael Scott when he has to borrow someone's phone. He goes, you have none of my contacts in your speed dial. It's like, well, of course.
You think you could do a week?
Without being caught?
Yeah.
Gosh, I would think so.
No, not a chance. I bet I'm rounded up within the hour.
Really?
If I left now, they'd find me by the time BK and Ferrario came on.
Doug, your musk is well known to both men and dogs.
I don't think so.
Some ornery detective walking around sniffing things for Doug.
I smell Vaughn.
I think if they had your phone, if you're wearing your phone, they could find you.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're in your own car, they could find you with the tracker, with a computer in the car.
Absolutely.
But beyond that, I wouldn't think it's that easy to hunt somebody down if you have no idea where they might go.
Again, you have to have all cash.
Okay.
Okay.
You're just too folksy.
Well, if this was really your plan, you could go to the bank, get some cash.
Okay, but then you can't pay a hotel in cash.
Who said you can't?
I don't think so. I think you have to put a credit card down.
Well, maybe you don't stay at a hotel if you're really on the lam. You sleep at the Y. You find a bench at the bus station.
Yeah, see? So this is already sounding great.
Quinn Matthews is a dark horse for the Cy Young. That's from the fourth.
I don't know that he is.
It could be.
Wonder what kind of numbers I can get on that. Maybe I can make this money.
Don't know if it's on the board.
It's 10:47 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. If you thought people were banty a couple days ago, oh my goodness. They're going to be banty today. Boy, that BK and Ferrario and Fastlane could be peak anger around these parts. Sweet mother of mercy. It's coming your way here, 3 hours and 13 minutes away from the NHL's trade deadline. Nothing doing as of this moment, Doug, but maybe there'll be a flourish.
No, could
and
be.
Maybe I won't have to head out to Wichita this evening and visit the original Pizza Hut. The program's called TMA 101 ESPN. All right, your Friday nights just got a little louder because NBA Happy Hour is live on FanDuel every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel's running limited time specials to pregame your weekend. We're talking boosts, bonuses, surprises, all dropping right in the app at Happy Hour. And ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett has play.
Listen, this Northern Iowa team, we're talking Missouri Valley Conference Tournament.
Uh-oh.
I saw them play last night. They had great crowd support. They worked the ball around really, really well. They're a 1.5 point favorite against Northern Illinois. I love, love, love Northern Iowa Panthers tonight.
Wow. This guy's a ball knower.
I'm sorry, Illinois State. They play Illinois State.
So who do you like?
I like Northern Iowa. They're playing Illinois State. I thought for a second Northern Illinois. They're playing Illinois State, and I like Northern Iowa. -1.5.
Wow. Doug, it's very confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it.
Northern Iowa's Jackie Papers play.
Yeah.
All right, I'm on it. It's the perfect way to kick off the weekend. Little basketball, little action, and a whole lot of Friday energy. That's NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus and rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expirations, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the San Jose Sharks. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. BK and Ferrario coming up at the top of the hour. Doug, pitch out, nobody going on the trade deadline.
Still a couple hours, right?
I don't want to have to move to Wichita.
Wouldn't be fair.
Thank you.
It wouldn't be fair, really.
I guess I got to get a laptop. What's that? The Google Chromebook to do the show on remote.
Yeah,
I'll still do the show.
But from just dark rooms.
That's right.
That'd be really funny. It's like, where's Tim? Guess where Tim is? We'll never find out.
Jackson, who has won today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
Today, our winner, who's also our listener of the month, presented by Forum Energy, Shooter McGavin.
Wow, here we go. Now you got somebody who has done it before, has been there. And, it's kind of funny, Doug. You were drawing an analogy to Thursday at Augusta. There's always somebody you're not really all that familiar with who's at the top of the leaderboard. And you say, could it be their time? And then on Friday, here comes somebody who's been there before. Is it Sergio? Is it P. Reed? Is it Danny Willett? All the great champions from the teens. No. Here comes Shooter McGavin, a Scotty Scheffler-like force, making it known to Chet's neighbor and the Heiser House hooligan and average-size Shabangas that this might not be your time. Instead, you just might be a Thursday leader who will be lucky to make the cut on Friday. That's what was just said by Shooter McGavin. This is fun. This is fun.
I don't think he may be overanalyzing a little bit. I thought Booty Call would win the thing. He didn't.
No, he did not.
Poor Kevin Miller writes in every day. Never really gets a W.
Always the bridesmaid.
Tim, I'm stopping by Mom's Deli now for lunch. Do you need me to drop a few Mom's specials off at the house to feed your brood? Yeah, people are now starting to collect food for me. Yeah, I guess. I'm more of a dad special guy, to be honest with you.
But a casserole would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, I mean, this is gonna be like Cinderella Man here. This is gonna be, we'll take anything.
Did you try and replicate that salad? That chicken?
I haven't. The bread company barbecue chicken Southwest salad, whatever the hell it's called. Oh, I like that. What do you got to do? You got to grill the chickadee-dee, Doug? You got to grill the chickadee-dee?
Good day to grill today.
Yeah, you ain't kidding there, Jack. Jackson, do we have any business to tend to?
Our friends over at 100 West Dental.
Oh, 100 West Dental. Yeah, that's online at 100westdental.com on Manchester in Baldwin. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, and he's a wonderful gentleman. He's my guy, and he is a big TMA supporter. Right now, they're offering complimentary consultations. So if you're tired of the jagged look, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. They do more than your typical dentist at 100westdental.com. They don't just clean teeth. 100 West Dental rebuilds smiles and confidence. If you have worn teeth, chipped edges, gaps, Dr. Pryor handles the heavy lifting like veneers, bonding, full mouth rehab. Stop smiling with your mouth closed in photos. Go see Dr. Pryor. They're offering complimentary consultations for TMA listeners. Go to 100westdental.com. They're on Manchester in Baldwin. It is time for us to shut it down.
Real quick.
I don't dance now. I make money moves.
Are we buying or selling our Stiefel market moves on the over-under of 2.5 players for the Blues trade deadline? Do you think?
It strikes me as obvious it's going over.
So Tim remains over.
I'm still under.
You're still under?
Under.
I'm gonna join Tim. If he's got to go on the run, I'll go on the run with him.
You on the run with me?
I'll go on the run with you.
Duplex in Wichita.
Yeah,
that'll be fun.
I think I think there could be a deal where multiple players go, and so if it's just one deal and 3 players go, Tim and I are getting paid.
Oh, man, it'd be so nice to have like Pizza Go-Go at home in Carport Village tonight and not be on I-70 for my second trip to Wichita in a March. But that's where I got to go. Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be any other option, really.
Well, I mean, I could pay the bookie, but I don't do that.
No.
We got to go on the run.
Yeah. You need to be on the lam.
All right, well, we got 3 hours to figure it out. BK and Ferrario will be all over it. That is coming your way next on BK and Ferrario. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.